بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف خلق الله نبينا وسيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. صاحب السمو السيد شهاب بن طارق آل سعيد نائب رئيس الوزراء لشؤون الدفاع راعي الحفل، أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. بالأصالة عن وزارة التجارة والصناعة وترويج الاستثمار واستثمر في عمان، يسرنا أن نرحب بكم جميعا في منتدى أدفانتج عمان، هذا الحدث البارز الذي يجمع نخبة من القادة وصناع القرار والمستثمرين من مختلف أنحاء العالم. Your Highness Sayyid Shihab bin Tariq Al Saeed, Deputy Prime Minister for Defense Affairs, our Chief Guest, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Investment Promotion and Invest Oman, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you all to the inaugural Advantage Oman Forum, a prominent gathering that brings together esteemed leaders, decision makers and investors from across the globe. يشرفنا اليوم حضور صاحب السمو السيد شهاب بن طارق آل سعيد نائب رئيس الوزراء لشؤون الدفاع، والذي يعد دعمه الكريم دافعا قويا لتحقيق أهداف المؤتمر في تعزيز مكانة سلطنة عمان كمركز استثماري رائد في المنطقة. كما نعبر عن امتناننا العميق لحضور أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة والسفراء والمستثمرين وممثلي الهيئات الحكومية والخاصة الذين لبوا دعوتنا للمشاركة في هذا الحدث. We're honored by the presence of His Highness Sayyid Shihab bin Tariq Al Saeed today. His gracious support serves as a significant impetus towards achieving the conference's objectives in reinforcing the Sultanate of Oman's position as a leading investment hub in the region. We also extend our profound gratitude to Your Excellencies, ambassadors, investors, and representatives from government and private entities who've honored us with their presence at this event. يشكل منتدى أدفانتج عمان محطة محورية لاستكشاف مشهد الاستثمار العالمي والتفاعل مع مستجداته، ويعد المنتدى فرصة للتعرف على الفرص الواعدة في سلطنة عمان واستكشاف المشاريع الاستراتيجية الرائدة وتعزيز جسور التعاون بين القطاعين العام والخاص انسجاماً مع تطلعات رؤية عمان 2040. ولأن العديد من ضيوفنا الكرام يزورون سلطنة عمان لأول مرة، يسرنا أن نأخذكم في رحلة بصرية قصيرة للتعرف على ما تزخر به عمان من مقومات وفرص واعدة. ندعوكم لمشاهدة هذا العرض المرئي. This forum serves as a pivotal gathering, bringing together distinguished leaders, decision makers, and investors to engage with the dynamic global investment landscape. Throughout today's discussion, you will have the opportunity to explore Oman's promising investment prospects, discover landmark strategic projects, and strengthen collaboration between the public and private sector, all in alignment with Oman's Vision 2040. We look forward to the ideas and dialogues that will shape sustainable economic growth. And as many of you are visiting Oman for the first time, we're delighted to take you on a short visual journey that captures the richness, culture, and opportunities that the Sultanate has to offer. Please enjoy the following short film.
Here, within the harmony of nature and the life of the city, you can discover your true passion and realize your vision for the future. The serenity and pace of life offer you an opportunity to grow your business while you enjoy the best of life with your family. Here resides a people who are building new opportunities, inspired by the stories of sailors and the great mariners and merchants of the past. Who now welcome the world to a land of peace and prosperity. Here, your ideas can be turned into promising projects. Here, A diversity of opportunity allows you to truly realize your creativity and passion, and to share these with your friends, family, and colleagues. Because we believe that great opportunities are those that can be shared. The Sultanate of Oman welcomes the world, and you, the future, awaits you here.
حضورنا الكريم، أود أن أشير أن بقية الفعاليات المنتدى ستعقد باللغة الإنجليزية مع توفر خدمة الترجمة الفورية. Following this inspiring visual journey, we now continue with the keynote address by His Excellency Qais bin Mohammed Al Yousef, Minister of Commerce, Industry and Investment Promotion. Please help me in welcoming His Excellency to the stage.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Your Highness Sayyid Shihab bin Tariq Al Saeed, Deputy Prime Minister for Defense Affairs, our Chief Guests. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. It's a pleasure to welcome you today to the first Advantage Oman Forum, here on the splendid shores of the Sea of Oman. A special welcome to our friends and visitors from more than 30 countries, many of whom are visiting Oman for the first time. Over these, I trust that you already begun to experience the warmth of Oman's hospitality that is a reflection of who we are, a people open to the world, proud of our heritage, and determined to shape the future. Over these 2 days, as the name of this event promises, you will discover the many attractions of Oman's unique competitive offer against the backdrop of profound global changes we're living through. Our opening theme, The Shape of Things to Come, explores the evolving nature of resilience, a timely and vital conversation with the current global challenges. Here in Oman, we have our own roadmap, Oman Vision 2040. Under the wise leadership of His Majid Sultan Haytham bin Tariq, this blueprint is coming to life, ushering in what we proudly call Renaissance 2.0. We have reimagined economic possibilities, streamlined and digitized procedures, and built an enterprise-driven environment underpinned by strong legislation. These historic reforms ensure that businesses are empowered to prosper, grow, and expand. Your Highness, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in today's volatile business landscape, our traditional strengths, our strategic location, natural wealth, and talent pool must be reinforced. That is why we have invested heavily in exceptional infrastructure, roads, international airports, deep water ports, free zones, and industrial states, gateways to Africa and Asia, and hubs for global trade and innovation. We are also nurturing sustainable tourism experiences and leveraging regional collaborations to create an interconnected GCC investment framework. Our free trade agreements with the US, Singapore, and others, combined with our strong public-private partnership culture, strengthen this advantage. With these FTAs, from Oman, you can reach more than 1 billion consumers competitively. Through Oman Investment Authority's Future Fund Oman and the comprehensive financing solutions of Development Bank, we are powering the next generation of growth through availability of finance at very competitive rates. Dear friends of Oman, in Oman you have not shied away from bold choices. The very spirit reflected in the theme of risky business and beyond, the comfort of certainty, as our ancient navigators once ventured into uncharted waters, so too do we embrace innovation and calculated risk. Today, emerging industries like renewable energy, manufacturing, logistics, tourism, mining, and agriculture are driving our future. Let me highlight one important new sector, green hydrogen. Thanks to the abundant sun, wind, and land, Oman is poised to be amongst the world's most competitive green hydrogen exporters, with a 1 million tons projected by 2030 and up to 8.5 tons by 2050. This will place Oman, inshallah, as one of the top 6 global producers of hydrogen by the year 2030. You will learn more about these sectors and Oman's both comparative and competitive advantage, hearing directly from my colleagues, both ministers and the secretaries, who will be with you today and tomorrow. As in Oman, we believe that investment is partnership and not transactional. And you'll hear directly from them, and they'll be gladly engaged with you in dialogue, open and transparent dialogue. The international community is already taking notice. Oman's GDP is projected to grow 3.4 in 2025. And this is to be, inshallah, amongst the highest in the world average. Our foreign direct investment reached about $77-80 billion by the end of 24, a 17% increase on year-to-year basis since over the last 4 years. Last September, S&P Global Ratings upgraded Oman's credit rating once again, reflecting growing global confidence in our economy. We have enjoyed more than 6 times of upgrades in our ratings, credit ratings of the country over the last 2 years alone. The session, and today's session, a defining moment, you will explore the important journey shaping a sustainable and resilient future. Your Highness, Your Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, as we close, I encourage you to engage with the final panel, Have You Heard the One About? A timely reminder of the power of storytelling to build trust, connect markets, and create lasting impact. I invite you over the next 2 days to ask questions and to discover the deeper potential that Oman offers beyond the surface. Today, information is available at your fingertips, but genuine human connection remains rare and truly valuable. I encourage you to use this forum not only to explore Oman's opportunities, but to meet its people, the Omanis and our international friends who have chosen to call Oman their home, and hear their experiences. We invite you not just to invest in the country, but to partner with the people, to build with a vision and grow with a future that is resilient, sustainable, and connected. In Oman, we believe that opportunities may open doors, but relationships build bridges. Over the next 2 days, I hope you'll build new friendships and discover many opportunities that Oman has to offer. Your Highness, Sayyid Shahab bin Tariq Al Saeed, thank you once again for blessing us and agreeing to be our chief guest this morning. Once again, dear friends, welcome to Oman. Shukran jazilan, and I look forward to meeting many of you in person. All the best.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We now move to the keynote address by His Excellency Luigi Di Maio, the European Union's Special Representative for the Gulf region. His Excellency has held this position since June 2023, becoming the first to assume this role amid strengthening the strategic partnership between the European Union and the Gulf countries. Prior to this, he held prominent positions in the Italian government, including Minister of Foreign Affairs from 2019 to 2022, and Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economic Development, Labor and Social Policies from 2018 to 2019. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Luigi Di Maio to the stage.
Your Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, thank you for your kind invitation. I'm delighted to be back in Oman for my 5th time. Today's forum cannot be timelier. We are going through an historical and global reset marked by a geopolitical paradox. While sustainable solutions to our problems require regional and global cooperation, there is a significant drive towards isolation and fragmentation. And this kind of competition risks endangering the benefits of all, economic, technological, and institutional gains of the last few decades. Against this backdrop, the European Union and the GCC countries emerge as predictable and reliable regional global actors. Even more, the EU-GCC partnership becomes an anchor of geopolitical stability and predictability, and it should become even more so. As President von der Leyen emphasized in her speech at the World Economic Forum 2025 in Davos, we are not in a race against each other, but in a race against the time. Some of these changes have already been anticipated by the GCC countries years ago, including Oman. Your visionary programs drive deep socio-economic transformation, building on the ambition to shape your own economy and security destiny. The Oman Vision 2040 is an impressive example of this foresight. Similar to the approach of the European Union, Vision 2040 puts a strong focus on comprehensive regional development and comparative advantage. Even in the current context of tough geopolitical competition for resources, growth, technology, and competitiveness, we need to be strategic, pragmatic, true to our values, and close to our partners. This was precisely the political spirit of the first ever European Union GCC summit of our leaders held last October in Brussels, where our leaderships agreed on the need to reinforce our strategic partnership to advance our shared security and prosperity. The European Union and the GCC share a common interest in formalizing our strategic partnership by establishing a more comprehensive legal framework. The European Union is interested in starting negotiations very soon on bilateral strategic partnership agreements with each of the 6 Gulf countries. The strategic partnership agreements will be open to cover political, security, economic, and people-to-people aspects, and they will give new political impetus for enhanced engagement. Many of you are certainly aware of the announcement 2 weeks ago by the European Commission President von der Leyen about the agreement between European Union and United Arab Emirates to launch negotiations on a bilateral free trade agreement. Now, the EU is keen to move forward towards free trade with the GCC and its member states in a complementary way by matching both regional and bilateral ambitions. Your Highness and Excellencies, the EU and the GCC countries have a shared strong interest in building together greener and more circular economies, and in making supply chains more efficient and resilient to external shocks. Climate change is here to stay, with all its growing disruptive effects. The European Union remains committed to the Paris Agreement and will keep working with all its key partners that want to protect nature and stop global warming. Oman, as we all know, is at the forefront of regional efforts to achieve an orderly and sustainable decarbonization with a special emphasis on renewable energies, in particular hydrogen, and suitable infrastructures such as grids, digital networks, and ports. I'm very encouraged and pleased by the mutual eagerness to work more intensively together on the combination between clean energy and connectivity. And on connectivity, I would like to mention here specifically IMEC, the India-Middle East Economic Corridor, and strong and sustained cooperation on connectivity among Europe, the Gulf, India, Middle East partners, with essential backing of US. As the President of the Commission said on the occasion of our recent visit to India together with the whole College of EU Commissioners, can be, the IMEC, a modern golden road directly connecting India, the Arabian Gulf, and Europe. We need to make the most of this initiative in the coming months and years in order to materialize our shared ambitions for strong energy, digital, and infrastructure interconnectors. Your Highness, Excellencies, the European Union and GCC Summit last year reflected that there is an extraordinary political readiness and commitment of our leaders to deepen and diversify our partnership. This is a promising beginning. I'm very confident that we will craft a truly strategic partnership supporting shared security and prosperity for both European Union and Oman, and between our regions. Concrete results in implementing the 2024 Summit Joint Statement are the best way to prepare for capitalize on the next summit in 2026 in Saudi Arabia. Is in this positive and optimistic note that I would like to conclude, thanking you for the invitation and for the kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. نشكر صاحب السمو السيد شهاب بن طارق آل سعيد على تشريفه لنا برعاية هذا الحفل، وندعوه بزيارة المعرض المصاحب للشركاء الاستراتيجيين بمعية أصحاب المعالي. كما نرجو من جميع الحضور البقاء في أماكنهم حيث سنواصل البرنامج خلال 5 دقائق. We extend our sincere thanks to His Highness Sayyid Shihab bin Tariq Al Saeed for honoring us with his patronage. We now ask him to proceed with the opening of the exhibition with their excellencies. As for the rest of our guests, please remain seated for the next 5 minutes. We will have Richard Quest on stage right after this. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you can take your seats. We will get started in just 5 minutes.
voices wait for change. Others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be getting started in just a minute. I'd request everyone to please take their seats. All right, ladies and gentlemen, time to get started. I request everyone to please take their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving into one of the most anticipated sessions of the day, a conversation that promises insight, energy, and perspective. I would request once again everyone to please take their seats so we can get started. All right, let's go. So this session, where global realities will meet sharp analysis, is going to be guided by one of the most recognizable voices in the international journalism. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming to the stage a renowned voice in global business journalism, Mr. Richard Qais, Editor-at-Large at CNN Business. A big round of applause to Mr. Richard Qais, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, now please settle down. We're not going to begin until people have settled down and sat down. So really it's up to you when we begin. And I say this because we've got some important guests that we're going to be talking to, and I want to make sure they are heard properly. Yes, when you're ready. One moment, Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my delightful, distinguished honour to invite to join me up here His Excellency Qais Yousef, the Minister of Commerce Industry, and His Excellency Abdul Salam Al Moshidi, the President of Oman Investment Authority. Gentlemen, would you please come up and join me? And for this part, let us sit here. Please have a seat. Where's the Minister? You sit there for the moment.
How are you?
Good. Oh. Sit. No coaching. It's delightful to be with you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. I was saying, we were talking last night, and I was saying about how this is my first visit to Oman. And it is also my 100th country.
MashaAllah.
So it is a visit that I won't forget. And I've been traveling around the country, not hugely, but I've seen an enormous amount. What I'd like to know from you, sir, to begin with, is what is it you want to get out of this conference? What do you want people here to understand?
I assume that's me.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Well, we'll call you Mr. President. We'll call you Minister, and that way we can.
Okay.
Because if I start doing excellencies, we'll be here all day.
Absolutely.
Actually, Mr. President.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a pleasure to be with you here, Richard. And first thing, I would like you to forget about the first 99 countries you've been in, and the hundreds that counts. But after welcoming the audience, I'm actually not here to give you any information or data, because if you wanted information or answers, I'm sure you will Google it or you will ask ChatGPT, you will get more accurate answer than what you'll get from me. You are here because you know something about Oman. You are here because there's something about Oman that interests you. I would like to know what's that. So I'm here more to listen to what interests you in Oman. Again, I'm not here to predict your investment future or future in general, but together with you, I would like to find out what interests you in Oman so that we can invent the future of your investments in Oman together.
Right. Can we just pause one moment?
Sure.
If you will. Ladies and gentlemen,
Wake up.
Thank you.
sit down and shut up.
Thank you.
I cannot put it more basic than that. Well, that seemed to work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I realize I've just broken about 15 rules of protocol.
Absolutely.
But, you know, I'm sure, with your permission, I'm sure we're forgiven. You know, you've called it Advantage Oman. But we have to look at the current environment and put that into what your message you're trying to get. So, Minister, what is that?
Okay, the elephant in the room.
Go on, elephant in the room.
You know, the world with its turmoils. The UN says we have more than 50 conflicts around the world. Tariffs are raising. The world is becoming more and more polarized. So I think what Oman has the advantage is what we want people to come and discover. When the world is uncertain, we bring with us certainty and connectivity. We don't talk about economics, because economics can be in many economies. But I think when the world is changing, the investors, what do they look for? The investors look for, what the most important thing is certainty. They want to look for stability, certainty of many things, certainty and stability of the laws, political stability, and that's, I think, what we have proven over the last few years and many, many decades.
Because the significance is, Oman is as much the whim, if you will, and the victim of the global uncertainty. So it really comes down to those aspects of certainty that you can control within your own environment. Would you agree?
Totally agree, except that we are not really victims. By design, we decided to be in this position where we are
No,
today.
right. But what I mean by that is you cannot control what
Yes.
the US president does.
No.
You cannot control the external tariff environment, but you can control, for example, the laws, the certainty, the structures, the judicial networks that's going to make it an environment.
Absolutely, and that is based on our values. But although we cannot control what others do, but definitely want to make the best out of it.
What does that mean?
It means there are opportunities in this chaos that's happening there.
Tell me about opportunities.
Oh, plenty of them.
Go on.
Well, let's, start by human-centric in whatever we do, starting from building cities to investing in technologies, healthcare, circular economies, which is going to reach $4.5 trillion, believe it or not. So the opportunities are limitless. But what Oman probably can stand out of the crowd is the green energy. We have to distinguish ourselves into something and not scatter thinly in every direction. So we managed to be one of the top 3 players when it comes to green hydrogen, which probably we'll talk about in later sessions.
Absolutely. How important is tourism in all of this? Because the one thing I've discovered while I've been here is I didn't realize, and it's my ignorance, I freely confess, I didn't realize, A, just how big. I don't think most people realize how big the country is.
Absolutely.
And B, how ruggedly beautiful with tremendous... I mean, yesterday I went down the cave at Majlis
Al-Jinn.
When they said to me, you're going to drop 300 feet down a cave. Oh, and by the way, the English name of the cave is Meeting of the Spirits. I thought, this is not going to end well.
Parliaments. It's the parliaments of the spirit.
The Parliament of the Spirit.
Yeah.
Well, I have to say, I don't know whether you've done it, it's worth doing once.
Excellent.
It's worth doing once. But my question to you, Minister, how significant is tourism?
It is very significant. If we start with Oman's vision 2040 has the long-term vision for the country. We set what matters to us as the 4 pillars, which matters on, one of them is sustainability and environment. We talk about economic diversification. We talk about importance of human capital. But one of the important things also is governance and institutions. Oman, I want to highlight this because many of the people here are not from the Gulf region. But Oman has been built on a country of institutions. We have really very clear demarcation of the institutions. Now, the way Oman is planning, the long-term plans is on 5-year development plans. In our plans now, we have 5 sectors of importance. I mentioned 5. Tourism is one of those. And going forward, it has to be even more important. We might choose even select smaller sectors other than 5, coming down to 2. I want to end by saying tourism in Oman, why it is unique, because of the diversified range of the product, tourism product. When you talk about a country that has the highest mountain peak in this area, when you talk about the only area which enjoys the monsoon when it's hot and 50 is 25 in certain areas, when you enjoy the golden sands and the golden beaches, so it is quite a diversified product.
We're going to invite our other guests up to join you in just a moment. But I want to ask you, because we've discussed this at some length. What is the question that you want people here to ask you? The nastiest, hardest, most tricky question that you want to be asked by investors?
Well, I always say, if you can think about it, if you can imagine it, we can design it and execute it together. So if there is a challenge of something that you were able to put on the table as a concept, we were not able to design it and execute it together, I would like you today to use this platform and challenge us as Omanis on it.
And you're here all day. Well, you're here to answer any questions that people...
Definitely. We're open for business 24/7.
Came to me?
Yes.
I think the most question which I have been repeatedly asked is, if you were to ask to pick as Oman a side, which side will you pick? And I think that's what we want to say, that we have over the years proven that we are a country of sovereignty and independence. We don't take sides. We want to build bridges with everybody. And that sometimes countries say, but how can you be friends of all? But that's what we tell them, that at least Oman is consistent in its approach.
Let me challenge you. If you're friends with all, how do you balance when it comes to having to make choices?
So we maintain our values. The value is we're transparent, we are friendly, we maintain the dialogue. And if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't be having some private dialogue and trying to broker certain peace deals. And that, I think, helped the world in the last few years, many decades. In being friends with many, we become useful in many of these situations.
We are now going to invite our other guests, unless you wish to add anything, sir? No?
Welcome to the future, welcome to Oman.
Right, so you, sir, I'm going to ask you
To move.
to move to this chair. I'm going to ask you, sir, to move to that chair.
You're playing with a musical chair.
Absolutely, you're taking that chair, sir. I'm now going to ask and invite Mohammed Al-Alabar, the founder of Email, to join me. Sir, when you're ready, you're going to take this one. Michelle Caravaya, the Managing Director, Industry Research Fitch. Michelle, where are you? So you're taking this chair. Ma'am, you're taking this chair. And Dr. Abdullah Babu, the member of the Board of Directors, is with us. Sir, you're taking this chair. Ma'am, you're sitting here. Let me introduce you to the rest of the panel in case you haven't met. Good to see you. Good to see you. Right. The microphones are relatively sensitive, but I'd urge you to get quite close to them, but they will pick up your voice if you just lean in. Let's begin with our new panelists. Starting with you, Mohammed Al-Alabar.
Mohammed.
I'm sorry?
Mohammed's easy and boring.
I will, but boring is never, sir. You're never.
They say John and Mohammed, the two most boring names in the world.
Right. Can we have somebody just come and sort the microphones gently for them? I'll start with you. The global environment. His Excellency talked about the elephant in the living room, and that is the change in environment from the United States. In essence, we have just been told that the world is flat. Everything that we have lived our lives by, business-wise, for the last X number of years seems to be different. Is that fair?
Well, Richard, I really believe that if you go back to 1997, Asia crisis, right? I think the world just getting ready, and it's proven that it will be just a turbulent time. I think the world is going through turbulence all the time. Geopolitical, government suffering with debts. Governments are not able to, government not able to govern anymore, right? And of course, technology is disturbing everybody. And the public don't trust governments I don't know if governments can manage anymore. For me, if you tell me, I'll tell you the biggest risk of instability in the world is that most governments are not able to govern properly.
What do you mean by that? Because that's a very provocative statement.
Yeah. Well, democracy is failing everywhere, right? That's really unfortunate.
So you don't subscribe to the Winston Churchill view that democracy is the worst form of government, except everything else?
It's above my pay grade, but I really think that maybe it's time that new system of democracy should come in place. Maybe we should go back to the Roman times. Roman times, there is a voting, but not everybody votes. I don't know. I think some of the, governments are so rich with debt. How are we going to solve this thing? Most of conflict in the world nowadays because governments don't know how to deal with their debts.
So when the US lurched towards tariffs and to protectionism
because of debt,
what was your first and I'm coming to you next, ma'am. Yeah. Coming to you next, and then to you, sir. We'll hear from you all first. What was your first reaction?
Well, I think every government should really do what's good for them, but I would have said, I will do this gradually. I mean, don't shock the world because you're going to get hurt. That's just the boring businessman, the way I do it.
You're neither boring nor businessman, sir.
No, but I'm saying,
Yeah.
do things gradually.
Ma'am, the current global environment is what, in your view?
I think it's turbulent, it's uncertain. It's volatile.
Pull the microphone. The microphone will come towards you.
Oh yeah, there we go. So the current global environment is uncertain, it's volatile. It requires companies to be agile, flexible, diverse, many of the things that Oman is actually. And it's difficult to navigate. But I don't think that whilst the most recent events have created a heightened spike in volatility, this is not unusual. We've had a lot of volatility in the last 5-10 years. So I think these are accelerating existing trends, but I don't think that we're seeing a major U-turn in where we were going otherwise.
Really? I mean, the shift, we'll come to you, we'll stay with you for a minute. The shift on tariffs, the uncertainty of alliances, to the point where people like me broadcast phrases that we would never have thought, i.e., is the US a reliable partner? Even His Excellency from the EU, in a diplomatic way, put the boot in.
I completely agree. I think it's accelerating a lot faster than we ever would have expected. But the idea that we're moving to a more multipolar world, the idea that trade patterns are becoming more geopolitical, more strategic, that you have to be more diversified, these things have been in place probably since Trump's first term, since COVID, since Russia-Ukraine. This is kind of the latest step, if not the most, starkest step. It is definitely a continuation of a trend that has been in place for a long time, but maybe kind of exacerbated significantly, more so than people would have expected, but definitely not moving us away from our core views that we had a few years ago of where the world was going by 2050.
So, Dr. Mahmoud, taking what Michelle has said, where does that leave countries like the GCC?
Well, I think these global dynamics and changes that are taking place raises a lot of questions about the strategies for the GCC. Where do they want to go? One important thing that the GCC has to remember, that it is geostrategic location is one of the most important between East and West. It's very important to use that to its own advantage, but it's enormous wealth in terms of energy resources, whether it is traditional energy or cleaner energy in the future, and the human resource that we have.
But how does the GCC take advantage of this scenario? I'll give you a minor example. It took, a single market is a great idea, but it still took my cameraman 4 hours to get our car from Dubai through the border, crossing the border from Dubai into Oman, and I've told him to collect sandwiches and drinks when he's going back tomorrow, because it'll take him another 6 hours to get through. Now, that tells me, Minister, that you're a long way from a single market.
We're working towards it. I mean, number one, we have made a lot of progress since the establishment of the GCC framework. Going forward, we're working collectively now. You said how to convert these challenges to opportunities, whether for Oman as a single country or as a framework of GCC. We're working hard to actually sign a multiple FTAs as the GCC with a number of countries around the world. We have succeeded recently in signing the initials on the agreement with New Zealand, with Korea, with Pakistan, and we're looking forward to signing a number of them. You asked a question about custom union. We now have the unified customs. We have the unified custom of 5%. The next level we're working towards is how can we elevate this custom framework into a single market. So this is the aim that we're
working on. Is that realistic? Is it realistic to, or are the difficulties too great to truly advance? Bearing in mind, and again I ask this because not in some esoteric philosophical sense, but in terms of the opportunities that the issues of the US now provide for you to have some greater cooperation within the GCC for economic growth.
Well, I think it encourages us more to cooperate closer. And if we are not serious about the implementation, now it's the time to be serious. As I said, I don't look at these uncertainties post January 2025 to be.
Take mine, sir. Take mine.
Yeah, I know to the organizer, the microphones are not the most user-friendly I've used. We'll live with them.
Yeah.
So there are opportunities. In fact, if I may borrow Mohammed's term, prior to January 2025, it was boring. It's not anymore boring. It's very exciting. It forces people to act together faster. Agility, flexibility probably are going to be the new terms, and I don't see it confusing. I think Washington, D.C. are becoming very transparent for a change. They are thinking loudly, and we just have to adopt to it.
You see, that's a fascinating aspect, isn't it? That however difficult the environment from Washington, there is a transparency to what is now being a clarity. You know where you stand.
Absolutely.
You can make your decisions accordingly. Is that where you're going? Is that what you're suggesting?
Absolutely, yes.
So in that framework, what do you do as an authority?
Again, we need to readjust our tactical and strategic assets allocation accordingly.
Oh, come on, tell us.
I cannot do that. It will take a whole team to do that. But we need to react very fast. We need to react in a way that the uncertainties are less, actually, right now. We know where to stand. Our alliances to make in Oman need to be redesigned if we want to target the US market. If we are trying to avoid the US market, then again, we need to restructure our partnership with people who are not targeting the US market and the new manufacturing or to be exported goods.
Is this a decision that you're making almost on a daily basis now? It's constantly under review.
Not on a daily basis, because although things and statements change on a daily basis, but the true north is there. We can see where the US is heading.
Right. I'm going to make your life a bit easier,
I'm
sir.
okay, no? Richard, oh my God, you're such a good host.
Yeah.
You know, Richard, okay, now if we agreed on the strategy and we know what's written on the wall from the US, so what are we going to do after 4 years? We have to look at a new wall, a new writing on the wall, so that most people say that now we can trust China. They are stable, they have a long-term strategy, while the Washington just flip-flop, keep going this way and that way. And
do you subscribe to that view?
Of course. That's number one. Number two, you know what's the strange thing, and maybe I'm mistaken, but if you look at the value of Microsoft, it's $2.4 trillion. If you look at the value of General Motors, it's borrowing $40 billion. So I don't understand, what's Trump doing? Nobody's going to do any more manufacturing. Manufacturing nowadays, it's called Microsoft, it's called Google. And if the world to hit Microsoft and Google and all these guys with their own tariffs and taxes, then your economy is dead. So I don't understand, unless I'm misunderstanding something. Why are they doing this thing? No more manufacturing. I'm just importing a whole 16-story building manufactured by robots in China, which is going to be installed in 6 months in Abu Dhabi. Totally foldable building, totally you can milk this building. And there is no man in the factory. So when he wants to bring jobs to America, I don't think Americans are too old. They cannot do work anymore. You know, they bring all the Mexicans to do the work in America. So I'm missing something, you know?
Well, I think that was clear. Your point. So where are you interested in investing now?
Well, I'm interested that America should succeed. America should be successful because the world economy depends on America.
Pick up on that, what you just said.
There's a lot to unpack there.
Go on, let's start unpacking.
So I think in terms of the, it's interesting to say that you think, on the first comment, that Washington is now much clearer what they're doing while simultaneously flip-flopping all the time. And I think that it's the intention is maybe clear, but I tell you what, it's a hard time to be an analyst right now. It's a very difficult time. We've just reforecasted the entire world GDP growth, every single country in 2 weeks' time. So certainty is not something that I think we have. But I think what's happening is we're starting to see agreements that are excluding the US, right? Everybody's trying to say, how can we create stability, investment opportunities that don't rely on the US? How do we develop free trade partnerships? How do we develop these kind of non-US-centric agreements and alliances? Because the US is becoming a less reliable partner. And that may be and this is part of this multipolar worldview that we're moving towards.
But I'd like to take what Mohammed said and just develop that. Clearly, you're right. Everybody is north, south, south, avoid round, go onshore, offshore, friendshore, all that sort of stuff. But in a business environment where these people are making investment decisions over a multi-year period for generational change, it requires quite a leap of faith to start fundamentally restructuring your supply chain and investment structure.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to look at what the trends are that people are investing towards in terms of the green energy, artificial intelligence, and those types of trends, and trying to understand where the growth markets are. You have to understand what role you play within the supply chain, what stage of manufacturing, what stage of production. Are you primary goods? Are you secondary goods? Are you advanced manufactured goods? And you have to think strategically about where those partnerships are going forward, because those partnerships are shifting and changing. That's not to say you can ignore the US. You know, the US is still a huge consumer, and you have to find a way to access that market. But you have to think about kind of geopolitical proximity. You have to think about maybe on reshoring some of those things that can't be manufactured. You have to think about maybe being in products that the US can't produce itself, right? So to your point, you can't necessarily bring all these manufacturing jobs back to the US. It's just not going to happen. They've moved and the world's moved on. Also, the technologies for manufacturing have moved on. So what is it that the US doesn't have that the US needs? What is it that the US cannot produce domestically? What can it produce domestically, and how can you be part of that? So you have to rethink some of those strategic expectations.
Come to you, then to you, yes.
You know what really bothers me while all of this discussion is going on? You know, the world have a lot of challenges, Richard. And duties, no duties, one of the biggest challenges in the world, not only government debt, but the poor is getting poorer and the rich is getting richer. One day, mark my word, one day this will hunt us. While we're all trying to manage this so-called government and duties and protection of, but you know, the poor is getting poorer. You know, there are people in America, middle-income people, they say, you know, what's going on with all this stuff? But you know, my income is I'm not living any better, and that's globally. And you know, that's something that I don't want you guys to forget.
Managing that, sir, Doctor, is going to be very tricky, because that wealth income, that wealth gap is getting larger, and the information gap is getting bigger, and AI is only going, the IMF report, as you'll be familiar with, made it clear, is only going to make it worse because the structures just aren't in place. Would you agree?
I agree that the world is witnessing tectonic shifts. The global level, you have the East, the economic activities is moving eastward, and the center of activities are moving more towards Asia. That affects the GCC and the region. At the same level, we are seeing that there are huge changes in politics, etc. But to answer directly your question, I think the gap is also getting bigger between the rich and poor, and between people in the north and the south. That is going to lead to further fragmentation and conflict.
Assuming you're right, and you're also saying you are all correctly stating the position. What do you do about it?
I think that's where we move from macro to micro. And I think when I'm listening to this, is like, okay, fine, these are global trends, we understand. But I think for us to zoom in, when you look at these challenges, how can you turn them into opportunities? And that's what I'm starting to think. Every country is different. GCC is a great place to invest, and we all have different advantages. If you zoom in further to Oman, and you see, okay, how can you convert this? With uncertainty, at least what we're trying to do here is giving you some form of certainty. We're having a very stable political position. We're having our investment incentives clear. We talk to you, and we talk to investors now as friends. You know how we do it, Richard? We no longer do it because of the global changes. We don't do it as one size fits all, but we do it really as a boutique, as a custom fit approach. And that's what I want to move in, is rather than talking, we have the challenges, but how can we move this into really benefit us as people of this part of the world? How can we, benefit from these challenges? And there are so many opportunities here that I think we can really tap and work together in these sectors.
Well, I think, Richard, every country will manage their own affairs. It's all about, education, healthcare, opportunities, and great policies. And it's hard work. It takes time and dedication and true leadership to do this. So there will be countries that will make it, and there'll be countries that are facing trouble.
Yes.
Governments will be tested, governments will be tested over the coming years in terms of how do they deal with these challenges. AI is both a benefit in terms of improving capability to improve productivity, but it's going to create some societal backlash as well. And how do governments retrain? How do governments, as you say, focus on education, create the skills that are needed for the future economy? That's a key part to bring people along so that people aren't left behind by this transition. I do think just one other thing I wanted to say was there is opportunity in disruption. There's opportunity in these environments. Oman actually can benefit from some of these environments. It's one of the markets that we've highlighted as potentially benefiting from Trump's trade tariffs. So there are opportunities, and you have to be well positioned, agile, invested in the right areas, be able to see what you think of the trends coming and try to position yourself to benefit from those.
Now, this is quite a rare moment in any panel, which and believe me, I've done more panels than most. But actually what's happened is you've all managed to come to a central point from different positions, but of agreement that, pardon my phrase, we're in the shit. And having been there are now opportunities when taken in the right direction. And that's what I want to spend the next 10 minutes as we finish looking at. Because that's the bit, we can restate the issues a million times, but you've managed to all get to a position where you sort of all say, we can't control that. We see that this is going downhill very rapidly. The opportunities are tremendous in the right environment. Now we need to act to take advantage, which brings me to you, sir. What are the next steps that you want to see taken?
Okay, probably if we focus on Oman, it will be education. 65% of children going to school today will end up working in jobs that do not exist yet. It's being ahead of the game. If we want to bet on technology, if we want to be part of this agility maneuvering of what's happening, Oman is well known not to be a swinger, so it's not simply we'll swing from the west to the east. We trust both. We need to make advantage of what's happening. If there is one thing in common between everything that's happening today, betting on technology, so we need to invest in the right education for our children.
What is that right education? Because one thing we've discovered in other parts of the world is that there needs to be a resurgence of vocational education.
Yes.
Just having more lawyers and doctors and accountants is great, but actually we now need to invest in a when I say more traditional skill set, I don't mean metal bashing, but vocational coding, the trades that are going to be useful in the future.
The right education is preparing them for lifelong learning. So there is no school age. They have to be self-educating themselves. We just need to teach them the tools how to do that.
Lifelong learning, would you agree? What do you think is the next stage to take advantage?
It's lifelong, and it's, there's an evolution, because maybe we need more software engineers the coming few years, but then vocational training will be there. So therefore, I think it's just an evolution. You have to have a paranoid government that's responsible, that's awake day and night. It's not an easy thing to really run a company, leave alone running a whole country, and you do it well while you provide good education, good healthcare, transparency, accountability. It's not easy. And that's why not many people can handle to be a prime minister. But anyway, in the democratic world, it's fine because it's only 4 years. And then after the first year, they're very busy getting ready for the next election. Who cares about governments anymore and country? Because that's the trouble in democracy. And I'm not criticizing it. But 1 year and after 1 year, let's get ready for election. Or let's take that decision because it's good for election, because I need to be back on the chair. So, it's above my pay grade. But I don't know what's the right solution, Richard. So who will fix education?
You don't have to have
who
a
will
solution.
fix all that when you are there for 4 years and half of your time just worried about re-election?
But you don't have to have a solution, but you have got an idea of how
Yes,
you take
discipline,
advantage.
paranoid, 10 years, 15 years to get results, and you will get it.
Discipline and paranoia.
Yeah, paranoid about your people, paranoid about their education, what's going on in the world, good relation with neighbors and all that.
Are you paranoid?
I'm not paranoid because I think change is inevitable. Change is
Yeah, but
only constant.
how do you take advantage of it? If we've been changing, change is a truism. How do you take advantage of it?
Governments have been very responsive, but what we need to do is be much more transparent and much more efficient in terms of government and the way that they lead the economy and the leadership generally. And also empower the young people, the youth, and through education, through vocational training, through specialized programs that can empower those people, but also take advantage of this geostrategic location between East and West. We are closer to Africa, where the largest growth in population and the economy that is going to develop there. We should take advantage of all of this.
So let me ask you, sir, as an academic and as a senior academic and somebody who doesn't have to be re-elected, why hasn't the GCC or these countries taken full advantage? Go on, criticize.
I have done so many times in my own writing, and I have my own opinion about why the GCC has not been able to move from its current situation into learning from the European Union into more integrated economy. I think there is still sovereignty reluctance. There's sovereign reluctance between the Gulf states. They are still sovereign, trying to protect their own sovereignty, and to move to a different level of integration, you need to think in a different way. We haven't reached that level yet in our thinking.
What was the question, Richard? What was the question? I didn't understand the question.
Why has the GCC not reached this opportunity that the gentleman was talking about?
Well, thanks to America, I think they are in a hurry to create a real partnership now, because the world is becoming very true that you have to be together. But let me ask you, let me tell you one thing about something that traditionally we do here. You know, when I run my company, which is a public company, it's not because I want to make, of course I have to make profit, I have to distribute dividend. But you know, one thing here is about our businessmen and including our rulers. We're very embarrassed that we cannot do a good job for my shareholders and for our people. And this is really such a great thing. All of our leaders, it's a shame that they don't take care of their people. It's a shame they don't provide good infrastructure. It's a shame that you take care of your nation. And you know, I want to say, but it's such a beautiful thing, and we're so lucky to have it.
Right, but you have it because, I mean, we're coming in a circle in a sense. You have it because you don't have to worry about the next 4 years. You don't have to worry about, buying the vote of the next election. Which is a good thing, I
Yes,
suspect.
no, but I'm saying, really, I'm not against democracy. I'm just saying that this system have to change. It can't be that, pay $16 billion and you'll be elected. Oh, really? Are you serious?
Sure.
No, you answer me, Richard, I'm asking you. You pay $16 billion and you'll be elected. What is that? What is that?
Well, I suppose it's called democracy, US style.
Okay, we agree. We agree now. And EU, probably something similar.
Okay.
Well, the EU is slightly, yeah.
Okay.
Final thoughts.
No, I'm smiling because you said, are we paranoid? And I think paranoia could be a good incentive. And I think that's what we use in Oman. The paranoia makes us really work hard. The things we have done, I don't want to sound like a salesman, Richard, I'm sorry, but really the things we have done under His Majesty Haytham's leadership, we have really had to do things differently because we are paranoid. What others are doing.
Correct.
How can we be different?
Correct.
How can we make things better? That's one. Two, in terms of Mr. Mohammed's beautiful point about 4 years versus long-term planning, that's why we have long-term visions. We have now the long-term vision and with a set 5-year strategic plan that gives us true north with the ability to maneuver every 5 years in a strategic way. In terms of opportunities, I really feel we are integrated much better now with the GCC. We see ourselves together, but I think each country will have its comparative and competitive advantages. We have seen in the last 4 years, 5 years, a lot of investors are becoming suddenly, their eyes are opening on the Gulf and now into Oman. When the numbers talk, hydrogen, AI, when 3C cables passed here, when we have enough gypsum for the next 100 years, when we have these positions, the people who are, many countries are aging, when the population is
Careful,
young.
I'm going to start charging you a commercial fee.
Yes, sorry. But I just really, I'm talking from the heart to say that it is really worth them exploring because we have something, we have watched the space, we have something to say.
Last thoughts from you, sir.
So how do we prepare for the kind of the future? How do we invest? I think, one, education, for sure, that's been mentioned a few times, but understanding what the jobs of the future will need to be and educating in that regard. So that's one. The other thing is we know climate change is real. I mean, some people doubt it, but we know it's real. Adapting your infrastructure, adapting your environment to be more climate resilient, adapting the buildings that you build, the new infrastructure that you develop to be climate resilient, energy efficient, investing in the technologies that will power that energy transition, hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, solar, wind, positioning yourself as a government that subsidizes and supports and creates very clear policies that are sustainable, very important sustainability of those policies. We don't want a kind of very generous tariff that can't be sustained. So sustainability of those policies, creating a digitally advanced country that can benefit from the new technologies that are coming in place to then, again, support energy efficiency, to support advanced manufacturing, to support efficiencies and productivity. So creating the foundations, the infrastructure foundations to be competitive in the world that will be coming in the next decades is really important.
I think there is no economic development can happen if the region is not in peace and stability, if there is no peace and stability. Now, it's been mentioned earlier, and I will echo that the region around us is going through turmoil, and you see that the Gulf states are now involved in mediation and trying to make peace around us in the region because the whole region needs to be at peace for the economic development to be across the board. You see that Oman and other Gulf states, and particularly Oman, we are witnessing what is happening now between the negotiations with the United States and Iran, which is trying to avoid further conflicts in the region because conflicts are costly and can derail the progress towards economic development and prosperity.
As I listened, your final thought from yourself, I'm actually more optimistic than I was when I started hearing you all, because there is this phenomenal opportunity available.
Correct. I'm actually not at all with being paranoid. Being paranoid makes us, we could make mistakes. We are being paranoid. With staying calm. After all, the universe has survived the cosmic attacks before. It can survive another 4 years of transparent uncertainties. If we make the best out of it, we will remain a safe haven as we've always been.
Is that the key, being a safe haven? Sir, you get the final word.
Yeah, I have a famous...
Leave us with an uplifted note.
I have a famous document, 26 pages to all my stuff. It's called Positive Paranoia. So I agree it should be positive paranoia. I really think that the world will continue to be volatile, so we have to do our business while we're keeping, alert, positively paranoid about everything that's going on. That's number one. And I really think it would say that while this will continue to be, we'll have to work much harder. We have to have the best people working with us. While the thing that's really close to my heart, Richard, is that I really worry about the world that the poor is getting poorer. It really disturbs me. Really disturbs me.
If I ask any of you, who is coming, assuming they ever let me go down that cave again?
The devil's cave.
Sorry?
The jinn, Majlis
Yes,
al-Jinn.
Yes. Believe me. Be prepared. Who's coming with me? If they ever let us go down there again, are you coming with me? Who's going to drop 300 feet with me down into the cave and we can have the next panel discussion down there. No?
I will climb with you the highest.
Sorry?
I will climb with you the highest peak in Oman, so we can have our next discussion there.
You're going to climb. You're going to climb. So you're not coming. You're climbing the highest peak.
No.
I'll dive with you, the best diving place.
You're diving. You're climbing. We're having a cup of tea. What are you doing?
I'm going to sit by the beach. It's lovely.
You're at the beach.
I'll join you.
I'll come with you.
And you'll come with me.
Of course.
Typical academic. You'll come with me. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. All panel. Thank you for having faith. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much for that engaging session. A big round of applause to Richard Quest, please. Oh. And a big round of applause to our panelists.
Can I help you with a chair? No, I moved the chair and...
All right, so the schedule was supposed to be a break, but we're going to be taking the break after session 2. And this session is Risky Business. It's a session that will explore the evolving landscape of risk and opportunity in today's investment environment. And it's my pleasure to invite to the stage the moderator for this session. Please help me welcoming His Highness Dr. Adham Al Saeed, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Sultan Qaboos University. A big round of applause to His Highness, please.
A mic. If you bear with us 1 second, I'm getting a mic, so I'm better suited. Those 2 seats towards. Ladies and gentlemen, while we're setting up the mics, could you kindly take your seats? Ladies and gentlemen, if you could kindly take your seats, just give us 1 more minute, we set up our mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The people at the back, we're about to get started, and this is an extremely interesting session. So I would request once again, please everybody, take your seats. الإخوان والجماعة اللي في الخلف إذا ممكن تأخذوا مقاعدكم عشان راح نبدأ. تفضل صاحب سمو. The stage is yours.
Yeah, waiting for the mic. channels. شغله كم مرة بس it's not sure if it's...
It's on channel 6, that's why.
Okay. Check. I don't want to lean into this. Mic check. It's on? بعدك, you can hear me? نص. Yeah, mic check. Could you guys raise the volume, please? Good? All right. Ladies and gentlemen in the back, please, if you could kindly take your seats, you'll have an opportunity to continue those conversations. Okay. All right. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Salatu wassalamu ala ashraf al-mursaleen, Sayyidina Muhammad wa alihi wa sahbihi ajma'een. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the second session, which is titled Risky Business. It'll be quite difficult to follow the show that we just had earlier on in the first session, but hopefully with my interesting panelists, we're going to be able to provide a unique perspective on Oman and the opportunities as well. So allow me to welcome His Excellency Engineer Saeed Al-Mawali, Minister of Transport, Communication and Information Technology. Your Excellency, please join me on stage. I would also invite His Excellency Azan Al-Busaidi, Undersecretary for Ministry of Heritage, Tourism and Chairman of Imran. And I'd also have the pleasure of having Mr. Creon Butler to join us as well on the stage. Mr. Butler is Director of Global Economy Finance Program and I believe still in Chatham House, if I'm not mistaken. Please join us. It's a pleasure to have you. Ali. All right, so we've had a very interesting first session where we're exploring some of the challenges and the unpredictabilities and uncertainty. How that This is not working at all. All right, we're better now. Right, so what I would like to carry on into this session really is, Ms. Diana. All right, terribly sorry about it. So I'll make the introduction. Right. I'm sorry, your last name, how do I pronounce it? Mangalat. I apologize in advance if I... Okay. All right. The program, no worries. I think those things will be rectified, inshallah. So allow me to also... I'm not sure how that fits in, but we'll have a chat later. All right, so Professor Diana Mangalaju, all right, who is a professor at Said Business School, University of Oxford. And allow me, I haven't given the proper introductions from my colleagues here. So, we always can have those conversations, inshallah, after. So, Professor, welcome as well. It's great to have you with us. Right, so risky business. Given what we've heard in the earlier session about some of the challenges, I'm looking to kind of take a deep dive into understanding how Oman is managing those challenges, as well as looking at some international perspectives on what are the kind of things that we need to be looking at while we're managing risk. All right, again, just a reminder, please, if we could kindly pay attention to us at the panel for our distinguished panelists. So let me start with Your Excellency and kind of bring us a little bit closer to what's happening in Oman in terms of the infrastructure, how Oman is positioning itself, kind of making that long bet, if we may, whether we're looking at the hard infrastructure that we've invested in, ports, airports, and whatnot, the digital infrastructure that Oman is using as a transformational sort of path towards the future, whether it's in laying out fiber optics, connecting to the rest of the world, but also, more interestingly, Oman has been dabbling with aerospace and space investments as well. So how about a perspective for our guests from out of Oman to understand what is the roadmap and where we're headed?
Okay. Well, first, thank you very much for having me here. I'll just run quickly through the global trends and then zoom in.
By all means.
How do we do business in Oman and what matters for the country at the moment, and by extension, of course, for the region. There are a few things that are very clear. There is a rechange or a new trends, a few trends in the economy that are going to shape the future to come. IT and anything related to IT, AI, etc., continuing to become basically a devastation for the usual businesses. So industries that are becoming older faster because of the advancements and the fast pace of the IT and the IT sphere. Then you have also the economy related to that. In fact, the services that comes out of that, the developments that we need, there is a divide as a result in the world related to how fast countries are catching up compared to countries that are innovative in these spheres, and of course delivering good value for their citizens, but also good value for the world. So a lot of catching up for some countries, good pace for some are ahead of the curve, and some are trying to do something that was 2 years ago important, and suddenly there's something more important than it. Additionally, this divide in the economy. There is a clear migration of economy globally. The economy is moving, shifting, becoming stronger in some regions. There is more importance to the South. The South at some stage will have about 40% of all young people, actually by the year 2050 or something like this. That's very close. That's not very far from now. So you need to think about all of these things, and you need to also draw your plans according to that. Also, there are things to do.
In the interest of time, because I know your time is limited with us on this panel, how is that affecting Oman, and how are we managing that?
Right. So the last thing that I also want to talk about, before I go into what we can do, there are things to do with sovereignty related to technology that we need to pay attention to as well. That's very important. In Oman, what we need to do is make sure that we are ready for this, both from the hardware, the hard infrastructure, and the soft infrastructure. If you look at the connectivity logistics, we need to do more of what we've done very well in the past, and that's ports, etc., and how efficient are our ports, how connected, etc. The roads, which we've done very well, and we continue to do very well. So we've always been the top 10 countries when it comes to quality of roads, etc., etc. We need to sweat these assets, connect them better, and sweat them. So the roads, ports, airports, etc. We are doing the same as well when it comes to IT. In this whole region, Oman is second to Djibouti in terms of subsea cables connectivity in this region, from the African Horn all the way to the Gulf, basically. So we need to capitalize on that. We also need to capitalize on the fact that the world is trending towards, all of anything to do with data processing. Data needs to go green, because more and more this is becoming prominent in terms of the consumption of power. And we have an opportunity, because there will be an acceleration in the consumption of power for these things, AI, normal data centers, etc. Now, we have to start now to make sure that this goes green. We don't want to come back later doing, and that's something that Oman definitely can offer, as well as the connectivity. And then finally, if I talk a little bit about space, the space and space economy in the Gulf is more or less very small compared to the normal share in an average country. Now, we have clear advantages in Oman, and that's why we are doing what we are doing. The location that we've given to an investor to launch from is a location where basically it's in the right distance from the equator. The closer to the equator you are, the more advantage you have. The degrees available for launch towards east is also one of, I think it's, from what I understand, it's the second best place on earth as well. And finally, the ability to and the capacity in Oman and the Gulf in terms of in terms of the downstream industry which will connect to this is very wide. There is a lot that we can do. We import a lot of these downstream industries, and it is a big possibility that we can start something and start it big.
Essentially, there will be connectivity. And we'll come back perhaps to some of those technicalities. Your Excellency, Azan, welcome back. I haven't been in a panel with you for a while now, yes. So it's good to see you. And by the way, His Excellency was a colleague of mine when we were in the undergraduate studies as well. Your Excellency, you're on a completely different boat, if I may use that anecdote, and you're looking at tourism. And we've heard from His Excellency Qais how tourism is central as one of the key sectors in Oman. And for our visitors from out of Oman, you might have sensed some of the sort of impact tourism could have on a place like Oman, whether it's the location, whether it's the services. And we're one of the infrastructure that you've been working on through collaborations with investors. So when I think of Oman, I think an experience, not just a location that we want to visit. How do you see the positioning of Oman in a very competitive world? The bets that we're making today on that tourism infrastructure, is that a winning card for Oman from your perspective and from your experience?
Well, first of all, thank you. Glad to be here on this panel, Highness, Your Excellency. Before I start, I wish all of our guests are enjoying their time here in Oman. They're very much welcomed. And to answer your point, yes, I think we do. The very essence of the way we portray tourism is that it's an authentic experience, very diverse, making use of the infrastructure that's in place, and most importantly is focusing on experiences rather than focusing on the traditional approach of tourism. I think today we do have the infrastructure that would enable us to promote experiences in Oman, and currently the organizations involved in the tourism sector are working together in order to enhance this offering, whether it's in adventure tourism, ecotourism, or even luxury segment. And
so, Your Excellency, where would you place Oman? Because we've heard His Excellency also mention we need to make choices, and some of those choices are to mitigate some risks, but then we have the broader strategy, the vision and whatnot. So on that needle, adventure, is it exclusive? Is it inclusive? Is it family? Where would you likely put Oman, or is it a difficult thing to do?
See, the risks that are facing the tourism sector are the risks that are facing any other economic sector around the world. They're either climate risks, cybersecurity risks, economic risks, and to an extent, the risk of over-tourism, which perhaps Oman is in a good position as we speak, with the numbers, with the value that is created, but we could end up becoming at risk of that if plans are not taken into consideration at this present time in order to mitigate these risks. I would say that it's a country that provides, once again, an exclusive tourism experience rather than a product. And it should not mean that we are just focusing on the luxury segment. I think today we are seeing through the numbers that the age group of travelers to Oman is becoming younger. The numbers as well suggest that we have people who are seeking authentic experiences, cultural experiences, rather than just a place to vacate on the beach. And that's basically it.
And I'm going to come back to those experiences as well, because there's something also of a challenge and a risk as well in that. But, we tend to think about risks, Creon, as just danger that we foresee, but there are definitely, what we've heard earlier as well, opportunities. And I want to focus on the idea of calculated risk. Most of us try to mitigate risk and avoid the worst. An insurance policy, if you like. But what's your take on calculated risk, and how might we think about that in Oman and the broader region as we think about where do we position ourselves?
Well, thank you, and thank you very much for inviting me. I'm one of those for whom this is the first time in Oman, so it's a pleasure to be here.
Welcome.
So I think, as you say, you can try and mitigate risks beforehand, but The problem with that is it can be very expensive, and you can forego various opportunities. The other thing is to take a particular strategy and then to adapt to whatever may come subsequently. I mean, just to take the situation in the UK, for example, there is a lot of effort now going into the UK to develop an industrial strategy. And there's a big question as to whether the government is going to stick to what is a traditional UK approach of essentially focusing on skills, on developing the research base, on infrastructure, or go more broadly by picking particular sectors. And I think the challenge is we know the first things work. What we don't know is among those second set of areas, what is going to work and what isn't going to work. And in particular, you know, if we're short of finances, indeed we are constrained on finance in the UK, what to do. I think in a bigger country you can afford, in a sense, to, if you like, leave the market to make those decisions, leave the private sector. In a smaller country like Oman, I think the government has to play a role and to take those decisions. Absolutely. And then the key issue there is to say, well, okay, I'm taking a risk. If something goes wrong, if the scenarios work out not as I expect, how then am I going to adapt to that? And I think that then enables you to take that step forward.
That kind of brings me to the connection with what we've heard about Oman Vision 2040 and the 5-year plans that are very specific and effectively sort of their industrial policies and where do we focus and, you know, whether it's logistics or whether it is tourism or any of the other sectors that we're interested in. Now, do you believe that those kind of long-term strategies and long-term visions are one way to think about taking that risk in a calculated manner?
Yes, I think if you are a smaller country, you have to make those choices. And then the thing to do is to, you know, have the necessary resources to see them through. I mean, in the earlier discussion, there was several points about the debt level. You know, if you have a sufficiently low and stable debt, then it gives you the resources to deal with whatever may come. And I know this is a big effort in Oman to improve the credit rating. So I think, yes, these are the right things for a smaller country to choose, and indeed, but you need the resources to follow them through should things turn out not as you expect.
Absolutely. Thanks for that. Professor, welcome back again, and I apologize for the mishap. I'd like to take your angle on what some might call psychological safety and how we train ourselves to think about risk-taking, as Creon had mentioned. But I'd like to challenge the view, we're not looking at a company, but we're looking at country Inc., so policymakers, leaders making those. How do we prepare such caliber and cadre to think in that approach? And is it doable? Is it something, is this forum one of those things that we're putting our head out there a little bit, answering the tough questions?
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me here. It's a great pleasure to be here.
Pleasure.
And, well, you know, we are in a session talking about risky business. Indeed. Everybody talks about, you know, how to be innovative, how to be calculating risk, etc. However, you know, we also talk, and that was also the previous session, about how basically you have different risk which are getting integrated, cascading at different time scales and so on. So the question is, well, I would say how basically you prepare in a way not for stability, but, you know, and I was hearing in the previous session saying, well, we are a kind of oasis of stability. Well, I think it's a pretty risky business to call it that way, because if you sell stability, what's happening when you don't have that stability anymore? So I'd say what's really important is to try to understand how to create a safety space, you know, and you are talking about this psychological safety, which makes it okay to function and basically work in a very uncertain environment. And I think this is true for companies, this is true for institutions, and definitely this is true also for countries. So, and it's really interesting because people talk about psychological safety and calculated risk in all kind of arena. But in the end, when you talk to innovators, for example, people, everybody wants to innovate and take calculated risks. But when 80+% of the leaders want to innovate or are welcoming, embracing, encouraging. When you ask the same leaders, are they happy with the way they or their organization innovate? It's single digits, somewhere in between 5 and 10% that people say, well, actually I'm quite happy with the performance in terms of this. And this is due a lot with, fears, because all of this provokes fears of uncertainty, fears of even careers, fears, even in, in the public sector, not only in the company sectors. You have the questions of fear of criticism. So you have a number of spaces and dimensions of this fear, and to ensure this psychological safety, you have to address that in a way where this becomes possible, to have something where mistake, a mistake is not a mistake, it's a miss which you can take again. And then you are gonna, say, okay, it's fine. And I think, it's interesting to see when you have great leaders sharing failures in their journeys. And that's creating a sense of psychological safety to the environment in which they basically functions and manage.
Thanks for that, Professor. And I like the oasis of stability one I'll come back to, but His Excellency wants to add something.
I would want to add, I totally agree with this point, Professor, and maybe I would just want us to stop for a minute and just think about Apollo 11 and what were their main ingredients when they took the risk.
You're spoiling my next transition to His Excellency.
I'm sorry, Your Excellency. No, just think about it. They only had 4 kilobytes of RAM and 74 kilobytes of ROM, and yet they took the faith of going into space back then. And I think today, with all the resources that we have, we still can't find it easy to venture into, the area of making mistakes, because, it can cost a lot.
Absolutely. And that's something I want to talk a little bit more about. But if you allow me, Your Excellency, and please hold that thought, because I want it back. His Excellency has a commitment that he would need to address, so I want to pick his mind one more time. Transitioning from the Apollo missions, and unfortunately there's also aerospace has been subject to a lot of challenges as well. But much of what we think about, knowledge economy, AI, aerospace, space, all of these involve a lot of risk. How is Oman positioning itself, from what we've heard earlier as well, beyond the strategies and beyond? What's on the piece of paper on your desk, for example, that says, listen, go or no go? We've got the countdown going, whether we're launching a satellite from Oman eventually, or whether we want to connect and have AI do more in Oman. So it's not just a paper with a policy. What are the things you're thinking about that some of our guests will think, hang on, that's something I want to connect with?
I think the most important thing to realize in anything, but more so in the changes that we need to bring about from the ministry to the rest of the country. We need to allow people, give them the space to take a leap of faith, and to allow them also to practice their tenacity. People are tenacious. They will try, and they will succeed. If 20 tries and 1 succeed, so be it. But we need to prepare the ground for this. We need to help them, support them, through policies, sometimes even through incentives, and if needs be.
Your Excellency, if you may allow me, investors might think this is all good and well.
True.
We've heard it elsewhere. How would you enable someone who's interested in those areas, whether it's a data center, whether it's other types of connectivity or different types of mobility, which is within the mandate of the ministry, hydrogen mobility, autonomous mobility, manufacturing of different things in Oman that link to the broader logistical.
Yeah, so you have to be open to their requests, and you need to be fast in adapting your policies, your strategies. I'll give you one example. Google started their self-driving car almost 15 years ago, more than that. Today, there are only 2 places in the US where this car can be driven without a driver. 15 years later. In smaller countries, countries like Oman, changing the policy is much faster. And allowing the tests, it's much faster. It took us about 2 months, for example, to change the policy for the autonomous aircrafts. And the quickest way to do it was to adapt the regulation that we have for drones to allow for that, even manned aircrafts. Also, you need to work with the private sector for this. You need to open it for them. You need to make it easy. You need to also expect that mistakes will happen. Some of them of a high magnitude, but it's worth it. Definitely it's worth it. If you succeed in 1 or 2 things, this is worth it. Again,
so,
also...
Your Excellency, are you going to see autonomous cars in Oman anytime soon?
Absolutely. Actually, we are going after a couple of companies.
Right.
And the same with autonomous
drones and
yes,
and whatnot.
Yes.
So, Excellency, before you leave us, is there anything you would like to add for our audience? Something?
Well, I'll come back. I'm leaving for about an hour and a half, and I'll come back. But Oman is open to business. Oman is also a place where you can do things faster, safer, and where you can also tap into a few resources, including the main ingredient here, and that's the ability of our people. We have some good qualified people in the country that are eager to work with any investors. Now, the other thing is, there are a lot of changes, time of great uncertainty at the moment, but stay focused. If this hesitation will get us nowhere.
Absolutely.
I think we have to stay focused on the goals individually as countries, organizations, or people.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I do apologize that I have to leave, but I'll come back.
All right. So His Excellency will be back later for further discussions, inshallah. Thank you, Excellency. So if you allow me now, we'll continue with our discussion because I've got a bit of a tough question for you, Your Excellency. Oman has one of the critical resources that we've heard about that we tend to talk a lot about, which is our heritage and our culture. And in the last 5 years, the Ministry of Tourism inherited that mandate. And it became the Ministry of Tourism and Heritage. And within that, there was the mandate to balance between 2 critical components. Give me 10. Give me 10. All right? So, Your Excellency, how are we balancing that and how are we selling that as a way, going back to the point of the oasis, right? Because there's a sense of complacency. I've got something and I'm going to carry on with it. What's your take here and how might we capitalize on that in these sort of turmoils that we see around us?
I think the first part of answering your question has to do with how are we approaching the conservation of heritage within the Ministry of Heritage and Tourism. In the last 3 years, we've offered more than close to 30 heritage sites. These are either castles, forts, etc., to local community companies. Manage them in a way where an authentic experience could be presented at these sites. So today, major forts and castles are actually managed by local companies that would have the ability to share stories about that area, stories historically known about that specific asset, and present an experience that is very much different because it is presented from within, as if you're visiting a family in their own house or home. What we do in the ministry is we make sure that this does not affect the commerciality of these assets, do not affect their very existence. So they are very strict conduct of what can be done, what cannot be done. The ministry would monitor carefully the safety of the building, the integrity of that site, and we believe that through this we could not only preserve this wealth of assets, but we will be able to present it to the rest of the world.
And Your Excellency, does this conflict with our idea of looking towards the future and trying to transit to the world's future. So reconciling our past and achievements in the past with where we want to be in the future. Is that path a straight line or one that has some mergers and divergence and convergence?
It would definitely be the later, but in fact, I think on the contrary, I think this is perfectly in alignment with where we want to head. Noting that some of these sites started using technology in better presenting what it used to be before, whether it's virtual reality, augmented reality, and other sorts of technologies, in order to give the visitor and the guest a glimpse of how was it
back when,
hundreds of years ago.
And I'm hoping though that some of our guests will experience some of those one way or the other. Thank you, Your Excellency. Creon, let me come to you and kind of flip the story of uncertainty as again creating. We've heard paranoia is one approach, and they're different, but I would imagine paranoia leads to anxiety, so we don't want that, right? But I'm thinking how we can turn those uncertainty in practical ways into competitive advantages as we look to position ourselves, whether it's for the local population and the migrant population and those who come invest, or to the rest of the world as well. What are your thoughts on that, and how might we do that?
Well, firstly, I think if you look historically, there are definitely situations where either countries or companies have taken advantage of major shocks. I was looking historically. Disraeli bought into the Suez Canal back in 1875 in the context of a major shock, and that then had subsequent major importance for the UK. But if you look today, we saw, for example, when Russia invaded Ukraine, there was an enormous shortage of energy in Europe, and there were opportunities for countries in the Gulf to supply replacement energy to Europe. And this is something that, in a sense, will be a kind of long-term solution to Europe's needs. It won't be something that Europe will go back to supply from Russia. So in a way, there is an opportunity, and you need the flexibility and so on to respond to that.
But some might argue, Creon, that when you take those risks, you position yourself in a very awkward balance.
You do. And so I guess your question is, when to do it and when not to do it. And I think it roots back to, if you're looking at it from a country point of view, what your core advantages are. I think it's also just important to sort of take account, you can't always just appeal to an existing comparative advantage. You have sometimes to create new comparative advantages. But an opportunity may come along that enables you to do that. So again, just take an example in the UK. You look at London's financial centre now. Actually, the opportunity to create a big part of that financial centre came in the 1950s, 1960s, when the US put a constraint on the amount of interest that could be paid on dollar deposits in the US. And that was one of the things that gave a real boost to London and created what now is an enormous area of comparative advantage.
Is that comparative advantage still there after Brexit, for example, or has that?
So, interestingly, it is. I had expected that London's capabilities would be much more affected by Brexit than has turned out to be the case. In fact, if you look at the number of jobs in London, it's something like 35% above the pre-pandemic level. Okay. And actually, in terms of trade in services and financial services, London is doing much better. So actually,
what did they do differently to capitalize?
This is something researchers are looking at. One of the factors may be that this extent of integration in Europe is less than perhaps people thought, and indeed it's now one of the priorities for the European Union in the context of the global uncertainty created by Donald Trump to double down on the efforts to create a single European financial market.
Right.
So that was one of the factors that may have played into it. The benefit of being in Europe in that area was not as great as people thought. Obviously, in other areas, we can see the costs that the UK has faced.
Right, that's an interesting. I was thinking of the island analogy, and kind of being isolated from Europe, and at least one would have thought services would not be affected in the same way. But thanks for that, Creon. Professor, just on your final thoughts, because I'm given the wording for 5 minutes. Experimentation is something that scares a lot of us. And we always want to ring fence and sandbox. What kind of approaches might we manage risks by, calculated or otherwise. When we think about experimentation, especially when we talk about policy and sort of thing, and what are the pitfalls to avoid over experimentation or the lack of taking decisions and just, experiments are sufficient, but they cannot be applied in the real world?
Well, policy experimentation is a really interesting way of looking at, and particularly for countries like Oman. It's interesting, and I think this question of experimentation and how much you can do it and you are able to stretch the border of your thinking, in terms of policy and politicians in such a country, it's also shaped by the way you look at your past and you look at your future and how much, and it's, I would say in some ways, it's also almost more complex for countries where the legacy is positive, You're talking about traditions, heritage. That's a wonderful legacy in this country. But, if I work, for example, in a country like Finland, the legacy wasn't great. So they needed to do something and to engage more with the future because you had to overcome in some ways that kind of legacy. And the way they started doing it is actually via policy experimentation. And countries like Costa Rica, countries like Singapore, small countries which are, and I think it's very important ways to think, how do you build on your legacy, but without being dragged, that in your past, which could be great or not so great, and how much do you gauge into the future and basically playing back and forth with different timelines and time horizon in that space, and also keeping in mind always that the past is a very poor predictor for the future. So definitely, I think, go for policy experimentation. It's easier said than done, sure. Because exactly all the questions, we're talking about the psychological safety, which, if you do what everybody does and you get it wrong, no problem. If you fail by doing something very original, well, that might cost your job. So, you have to create this kind of safe spaces, but entrepreneurship in terms of government, you have interesting and very good examples of how you can make, policy and governance at the country level much more agile, so that you can have this kind of experimentation.
And I like that agility point because that kind of brings us to a nice end to thinking about managing risks and calculated. Dear panelists, perhaps we'll start with you, Kriyan. Any last thoughts on how we should think about moving forward?
Yeah, maybe I could just take an issue with the panel we had before. I couldn't help doing this.
By all means, please do.
So I do think that the actions the US have taken in the last couple of months is a fundamental change from the pattern of uncertainty up to then. And the reason for that is the US is right at the heart of the global system that was created after the Second World War. And in a sense, they seem to be saying, we're going to pull out from the economic space and from the security space to some extent.
To some extent, sure.
And that, to me, means that the rest of us have to think much more actively about what we're going to do. Does somebody step in to try and sort of preserve that global system? Will it be the EU? Will it be China or some combination of them? But I think there is really a very fundamental question we now face that we hadn't faced up until this point.
Absolutely.
And in terms of the implications for Oman and for the investment framework, to some extent the choices some of the big blocs make, whether China, your EU, or the CPTPP, the Asian bloc, about that will be really critical for the environment you face. I hope they do step in and say we want to preserve that system, notwithstanding the US decision.
Or improve it, perhaps, perhaps.
Or improve it, because in a sense, with the US out, you may be able to do things that you couldn't previously do.
Absolutely.
Exactly right.
Absolutely. Thanks for that, Kriyan. Your Excellency, any last thoughts on, it doesn't have to be tourism or heritage? You may
No, maybe from the point just mentioned, I think the approach we are taking in the ministry is to try and diversify as much as we can. So we are diversifying where we market, to make sure that the risk is as well distributed. We are focusing on the regional market as much as we can for all sorts of objectives, including climate-related objectives. And most importantly, we're trying to embrace agility as an approach. I mean, if you'll never know if it works or not until you try it out. And I think the margin at which we can afford in order to try out things is growing as uncertainty has become a fact of life nowadays.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Professor, any final thoughts?
Well, my last words for this in this panel would be about education. You know, that's something I'm doing, and we heard that. I mean, and education in terms of vocational training, but also education altogether. You know, I did my PhD in AI 25 years ago. You know, and now people remember that I did that now because it's again on the front line. Well, what I'm trying to do when I'm working with executives, with public affairs, civil servants, it's how to engage with uncertainty, how to bring, you know, comfort, and how to see and be a bridger in between, you know, different perspectives. And I think if you have that plus critical thinking, you can go a long way, you know, in the way you can do policies in countries like Oman.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
And that kind of, Professor, gives me the idea that leaders are becoming facilitators more so than just leading in terms of, you know, direction. But one of the things we didn't pay enough attention to in our panel, and I hope this comes up later, is climate action as well, because that's part of the mix. We know it's a transparent risk, as mentioned earlier, if I may borrow from that quote. And I think those are some of the things we need to be mindful as we think about investment. And Oman has positioned itself squarely in the middle of this in its net zero 2050 direction. Again, I would like all of you to join me in thanking my fellow panelists. Thank you very much for your thoughts. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank
you.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to our moderator, His Highness Sayyid Adham, and to the panelists for the thought-provoking session. All right, I'm going to have to police the time a little bit because we are running behind schedule just a little bit. So it is 11:20. We will be taking a 10-minute coffee break. We'll be back here at 11:30 sharp. So I would appreciate it if everybody can be back in the hall at 11:30 exactly. See if you can make it through a 10-minute break.
I'll start here. I'll start here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be getting started in a minute. I'd appreciate it if everybody could make their way back into the hall and take their seats. It is quite a tight schedule and we would like to stay as close to it as possible. So once again, I would request everyone to please make their way back into the hall and take their seats. Organizers and volunteers, can we have someone please mention outside in the foyer that we're getting started? Thank you very much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get started. I would appreciate it if everybody could make their way back into the hall and take their seats. gentlemen, can we please take our seats as we're about to get started? I'd request everybody to please take their seats. There is going to be more opportunity for you all to network during the lunch break. So the faster we get started, the longer of a lunch break that I can manage into the schedule. So please, if you can take your seats. Time for us to get started. I'd appreciate if all of you can please take your seats. Organizers, can you please close the main doors? We're getting started. Please close the main doors. All right, so let's move directly into our next session. This is session number 3, a defining moment, a discussion about transformation trends, shaping investment decisions, and sustainable growth. Please welcome to the stage the moderator for this session, Ms. Najla Al-Jamali, Chief Executive, OQ's Alternative Energy. She will be leading this important conversation. A big round of applause to Najla.
That just to get everybody's attention, I didn't put on my mic. If I can have everybody sitting down, either you'd like to be in sitting down or you'd like to leave the hall, so we can actually, the sooner we get started, the quicker we can finish and I can release you to lunch. Amazing. I'd like to call on stage my panelists. His Excellency Salam bin Nasser Al-Aufi, His Excellency Dr. Abdullah bin Ali Al-Amri. Doctor, Your Excellency. His Excellency Luigi de Maio, and Mr. Hilmi Panigoro. We're going to use handheld mics. I think everybody at the back wasn't hearing us very well. Please do let us know so we can make the most of it if you can hear us at the back. We're switching to handheld mics. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, for being here. I'll introduce you very quickly. His Excellency Salam bin Nasser Al-Aufi, he is the Minister for Energy and Minerals. Yes, sorry, I forgot minerals. His Excellency Dr. Abdullah bin Ali Al-Amri, he is the Chairman of the Environmental Authority in Oman. His Excellency Luigi Di Maio is EU Special Representative for the Gulf region. I think you were introduced earlier. I think the thing that struck me most is how young you are, and I'm very, I admire the fact that how much you've achieved so far. Mr. Helmi Panigoro is the President Director of Medco Energy. I was most impressed that you've spent working now for 43 years, and may you have many, many more. This session, I'll be looking at the global commons. I just had a few words that I wanted to say about the global commons. Maybe I can ask people at the back, please, can you either sit down or leave the room? I can still hear chatter at the back. The global commons are being stretched to breaking point. The planetary boundaries that have sustained civilizations for over 1,000 years are being exceeded. The rate at which we are seeing decline is unprecedented, with biodiversity loss, forest clearing, CO2 levels increasing at an alarming rate, and the rising ocean levels together with their acidification. All this poses significant risk to the Earth's stability and viability of life. On a global level, we've seen a number of disasters, and on a local level in Oman, we've also witnessed an increase in the devastating occurrences of cyclones and heavy rains. I see that it's an opportunity here for corporate and institutional responsibility to come into play play a vital role to reduce not only the ecological footprint, but also improve and reverse the effects of adverse climate change. I also see it as an improvement, an opportunity for innovation and growth in investments that we haven't seen previously, and creating resilience and growth into the economy into newer areas such as renewables, green hydrogen, etc., carbon sequestration. And the following discussion, I'll be discussing these environmental challenges that we're facing and looking at practical solutions through policy, investment, innovation, and collaboration. I'll start with energy transition and climate action. With 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries breached, including climate change, urgent action is needed to transform our energy systems while maintaining economic growth. Your Excellency, Oman has set ambitious renewable energy targets with plans for green hydrogen production. How is the ministry balancing the continuous importance of hydrocarbons to the economy while accelerating the clean energy transition? What specific policies are proving to be most effective?
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this panel discussion and to join you today. Let me start with the last part. If we look at the energy mix globally, we are still producing and burning coal. We're still producing and burning coal. So if we really take our position on that, where of course we're not producing or burning any coal, but if we take our position, we have not said that we will stop or slow down the production of hydrocarbons. We will continue to produce oil and we will continue to produce gas so long as there is a market for these 2 commodities. But what we will do is we will do that in a much cleaner way. So, for example, we have set ourselves a target to eliminate routine flaring by 2030. And after that, of course, we will go into the non-routine flaring, but routine flaring by 2030. We're also working on abating the methane emission also by 2030. That will reduce a lot of the emissions that we are doing from the oil and gas sector. We are transitioning the sector also to start utilizing renewable energy as a way of producing the electricity that is needed by the sector itself. In most of the cases, with the exception probably in the areas where we need to have steam generation, and for that we need heat, unless of course we can crack the code of producing the heat using solar steam, for example, then we will continue to use gas for that specific purpose, and of course we collect the heat and use it for steam generation. We are seriously considering the mobility part of the hydrocarbon, whereby number 1, reduce the number of kilometers we drive, and number 2, start replacing some of the vehicles with either hydrogen trucking, which we are sort of studying almost close to the end, or electric vehicles where the diameter or the distances driven are short. which allow us to fuel and back within the same filling space. We're also working on, of course, modernizing some of the equipment. So for that, we continue to produce oil and gas, but at the same time, we do it clean. Now, that is only one pillar. Of course, the second pillar is transitioning the electricity sector itself. We set ourselves a target of producing at least 30% of the energy mix from renewable energy by 2030. The numbers we're seeing today are actually quite promising. During the day, on a day like this, we probably will reach about 32%, 33% by midday. On average, this year will probably be around 11%. Next year, after we add Ibri 3, we'll probably get into 13, 14%, and so on. So by 2029, I think we will probably be able to achieve our target, but the target is set for 2030. The third pillar is hydrogen, and of course, everybody knows that we've been working a lot and advocating for green hydrogen. And we want to do two things. Number one is contribute to the global energy transition by supplying the world with the hydrogen that is produced locally. And the second one is also replacing our own consumption of gas, where gas is used for heat, with hydrogen, so long as we can make the transition affordable to the customer. And so these are the three pillars that we are really sort of playing with and try to balance it as much as possible.
I mean, obviously, we, as OQ Alternative Energy, we have about 7 gigawatts of clean energy in our pipeline, so hoping that we can contribute towards that. Your Excellency, Luigi Di Maio, the EU is deeply committed to accelerating energy transition globally. Given your extensive experience in coordinating international initiatives, such as the G20, how can the EU enhance cooperations with the GCC to expedite the energy transition? What specific opportunities exist for EU-Gulf collaborations on renewable projects?
First of all, I would like to thank Invest Oman and the Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Energy for inviting me to this very important forum, very successful forum, and is a good opportunity for networking with many important companies and institutions. I would like to answer your question first, welcoming what a country like Oman is doing with our business environment and our market in Europe, because Omani government is not only engaging rightly in a G2G approach with our institutions in Europe and our member states, but is even directly engaging on this chapter of climate green transition with our companies. And this is something with our port authorities, for instance, not only companies. So it's working, going deeper in our market and creating very important projects, for instance, about hydrogen. Then, looking at the future of our enhanced cooperation, it's clear that on both sides, European Union and GCC, and I would like to thank His Excellency the Secretary General of the GCC, Jassim Abu Daib, is here. We are creating, and we created during the last year, very important channels of cooperation in order to enhance our cooperation. First of all, the first ever summit of our leaders was something historical in Brussels last year, and in the final statement you can find many initiatives to implement on the side of the green transition and climate diplomacy. Second, was just announced, and we are working on that, the first ever energy security conference EU-GCC. It's something that is very important, in my opinion, in order to coordinate even many important initiatives, not only, again, on the G2G side, but even on the B2B side. And third, I think there is this EU-GCC green transition project where we can engage more and more, for instance, on what is doing Oman on the hydrogen field. The main challenge, and this is what even we usually discuss in a positive way with the Minister of Energy, His Excellency the Minister of Energy, is to try to use the predictability of the European market in needs of hydrogen in order to help the hydrogen, the market of the hydrogen at world level. Because if I look at the Repower EU program of European Union, we are going to import 10 million tons of hydrogen per year by 2030. This is the ambition. And it's clear that we need reliable partners. The GCC countries, like Oman, were already reliable partners in other kind of energy sources, and I'm sure that they will be very important for that. But as European Union, European market, we have to achieve the goal to regroup the demand in a platform where we can create more predictable even effects on the price side of the hydrogen. And finally, if I may, I think that I'm here even to say that we are very interested to work more and more with Oman. Even in order to try to involve Oman more and more in our initiatives in Brussels and vice versa, to be involved more in the brilliant initiatives of Oman here. In particular, for instance, on the ATS, on what is all the sector of the carbon pricing and how we can together work on the global, on the goal of the carbon neutrality. So we have this very important initiative that is called the Emission Trading System. It exists since 2005, and we can work more and more together on that. And even our task force on the sustainability of the carbon pricing and how is task force for carbon pricing and carbon market is something where I think with Oman we can work more and more.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll move on to His Excellency Dr. Abdullah. Biodiversity loss is unprecedented in 65 million years, with nearly a third of forest covered, cleared globally. Oman has unique ecosystems from coastal areas to mountains. What innovative conservation approaches is the Environmental Authority implementing to protect Oman's biodiversity while allowing for economic development? And how do you measure success in these efforts?
Thank you very much. I would like to express actually my thanks for the Advantage Oman Forum organizers for inviting me to be here with these great personalities from different sides of the world. Coming back to the question, Sultanate of Oman is one of the countries who paid a big attention to the environment since a very long time. The first environmental congress held in Stockholm in 1972. Within 2 years since that global event, the Sultanate of Oman established the first environmental institution, which was the Office of His Majesty Environmental Consultant at that time, issued the first environmental law, declared the first nature reserve, which is Al Qurb Nature Reserve, remains until nowadays as the land of Muscat city. Since that time, the development of the institutions, the legislations, the rules, the capacity keep developing, and right now we are protecting more than 15,000 of species, fauna, flora, marine wildlife. And there are a group of success stories actually in the environmental history of the Sultanate of Oman. For example, when we go to the Arabian oryx. In 1960, the number of Arabian oryx decreased to be in between 6 to 8 heads. And despite the absence of the infrastructure at that time, the police, the rangers, the public entities, the political decision was taken to transport a couple of them to UK to save the species. Immediately when late Sultan Qaboos took over the reign of the power in the Sultanate of Oman, decided to search for the rest of them. And 3 couples also transported to US in California Nature Reserve, and also transported the other couple from UK to there. And the program of rehabilitating and increasing the numbers applied. 1985, almost the number was almost 35, and they reintroduced again to the open environment in the Sultanate of Oman. Right now, we are talking about hundreds, and there are procedures to remove these species from the red list of endangered species. And we expect that announcement to be very soon. That also applied on the Arabian leopard, which is the only species in the open environment in the world. It is a part of Samhan Nature Reserve ecosystem. We are really working side by side with the environment, with the development, with the economy sector in order to make sure that we are moving forward more sustainable and also transforming to be more sustainable comparing to the previous and conventional linear economy. Right now, we have more than 450 wildlife watchers. We have more than 1,000 cameras actually located in different locations across the country, receiving direct data from them. Also using the technologies of satellites to keep observing the biodiversity in the Sultanate, either in the wildlife, also in the marine wildlife.
Thank you very much. Mr. Panigoro, operating in regions with sensitive ecosystems, how does Medco Energy integrate biodiversity protection in its operations? Can you share some examples of how your company balances environmental stewardship with energy development, particularly in forested or marine areas?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me here. I feel really honored to be here. Look, operating in Indonesia, where we have thousands of islands and a long coastline, protecting biodiversity and protecting the coastal environment is very critical. And that's the reason why one of our important pillars in our sustainability vision is biodiversity protection. Some examples, at least we have done 3 different initiatives. We did massively a tree planting program, mangrove reforestation and conservation, and also seaweed farming. In the past, when we do this tree planting program, it's actually part of our obligation. One of the policies of the government, if we cut trees for our operations, whether it is for well pad or production facilities or pipeline, we need to replace the same number of trees in open areas. That was in the past. But today, after this climate change and ESG become the center stage, I think our people is fully aware that this is very important. Just for your illustration, in the past, we probably planted 20,000 trees per year, 10 years ago. Today, in the last 3 years, we've been planting average 200,000 trees every year. Yeah. And then mangrove. Although, we all know the benefit of mangrove to the environment. We also do it, not only in Indonesia, we also do it in our operation in Oman, in Thailand. And the last initiative is seaweed farming. Seaweed is unique. Although it's good for the environment, but recently it also become an opportunity for profitable business, especially for fishermen. So that's why now we do it massively in Indonesia, and also we started a pilot project here in Oman with the local companies for that same reason. Protecting the environment, at the same time creating new business opportunities. Again, 3 different goals we're trying to achieve with this. Biodiversity protection, coastal environment protection, and last but not least, this plantation could create a natural carbon capture, which is also very important in this fight against climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move on to corporate responsibility and sustainable business model. Businesses play a crucial role in addressing environmental challenges through sustainable practices and innovation. Your Excellency, Luigi, in your previous roles, including Minister of Economic Development and Trade, you have promoted sustainable business practices. How can the EU leverage its regulatory framework and investment policies to drive environmental responsibility among multinational corporations operating in the Gulf? Can you share some examples of your experience where policy effectively changed corporate behavior towards sustainability?
Thank you for your question. Of course, looking at some feedbacks around the world, sometimes someone says that the European Union leveraged too much on the regulation. And I think that now together, in parallel with the regulation, now our main challenge in our discussions in Europe is how to create a balance, a compromise between regulation, green transition, and competitiveness. And on that, I can say, in any case, I mentioned this ETS about the emission trade system. That is something, a directive that is there since 2005. And since 2005, the emissions of this kind of emissions regulated by the directive were reduced of almost 48%. But going beyond that, I think that, as you know, my former Prime Minister in Italy, Mario Draghi, collected this report, the Draghi's report for the competitiveness of Europe. And in this report, you can see how much the ambitions of European Union in order to have more competitiveness, or in order to be more competitive, are totally meeting the ambitions of an ambitious plan as Vision 2040 here in Oman. And this is the real time, the momentum in order to match, to try to meet our mutual ambitions in several fields. First of all, as I said during my speech today, introductory remarks, there is this challenge of the connectivity. I think that along this corridor or another, IMEC or another, along this route, India, Arabic Peninsula, rest of Middle East and Europe, we have many opportunities for our companies and our governments. I would like to mention two fields. The first, of course, I think these two fields are linked to the aspect that we are totally aware in Europe that in order to meet our ambitions in green transition, in particular renewable energies, we cannot produce everything on our soil for limits that are linked to the weather, linked to the geography. And we know that here, this is the land of a cheaper renewable energy. And our companies are not only looking at this area for importing energy, for instance, through connecting grids, but even in order to produce here the green products. And the two sectors that I would like to mention are steel, aluminium, and data centers linked to the increasing of demand of energy by the AI. By 2030, the demand of energy from the AI sector will double in the world. And we will need new data centers. And we know very well that with a good synergy with the with the GCC countries like Oman, we can create a very good opportunity for our companies for investments here. And second, steel and aluminium. If we are speaking about green steel, green aluminium, I think that the projects linked to the green hydrogen of Oman are even attracting the attention of our companies for investing in plants here, not only in order to import green energy there. And then connectivity, as I said, is not only about hydrogen, is not only about transportation of hydrogen, but even about, as I said, connecting grids, even with electric cables, and even, if I may, data cables. Again, this region is crucial for many reasons for our security. Among these issues, there is even the data cable issues, where an alliance, stronger alliance between GCC and Europe can secure more and more our data strategic infrastructures. Finally, we have to look at the future in an optimistic way. As was said during the previous panel, there is a lot of unpredictability around the world, and this is why I think that in times of unpredictability it's better to face the challenges together than alone.
Thank you. I'll move to Mr. Panigoro. As President of President Director of Medco Energy and a veteran of the energy industry, how are you embedding sustainability into your business strategy? And what practical steps has Medco Energy Group taken to align with ESG standards?
Thank you. In embedding sustainability into our business strategy, we have developed three main pillars. Pillar number one is what I call leadership of and by our employees. This is where we basically disseminate awareness, knowledge and skill, and at the same time accountability, personal accountability, so that they can apply, they can initiate all this ESG initiative properly into the system. The second pillar is what I call environmental and social development. This is where we encourage and invite and develop programs for basically improving our operations so that we can continue to grow with minimum impact to the environment, whether it is emission, any environmental impact. This is where we developed the initiative. It's probably worth noting here, we are not a major company who has a research center with hundreds of PhDs. So that's why, in this case, not only we develop internally these ideas, but we also invite externally with other research institutions to basically help us develop this new initiative. Okay. And the third pillar, this is what I call local community empowerment. When you operate mainly onshore in a country with 270 million people, wherever you are, you will be surrounded by villages. So unless you get a buy-in from them, share the vision with them, incentivize them, that is, I think, the key success for us to implement these initiatives. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to my last set of questions around resource management. Linear consumption patterns are straining Earth's resources. With circular economies, approaches offer sustainable alternatives. Your Excellency Salam, how is Oman maximizing resource extraction and efficiency while minimizing waste and environmental impact? Can you give us some examples of initiatives that are existing here?
Yeah, it's probably better if I go straight to examples. For example, if we go to the oil and gas sector, we have a lot of waste. Steel in terms of scrap, oil, used oil, and so on. And that, together, of course, with the support from the Environmental Authority and the Ministry of Commerce, we are now collecting all of that waste for reprocessing back again in the country, creating not only environmentally friendly process, but also creating opportunities for new industry, new jobs, and so on. So these are two items. A third item from the industry is that we are also working actively to start collecting the CO2 from the industries that are very difficult to abate, and we're identifying locations where we can sequester the CO2. So the CO2 capture and the CO2 sequestration is part of circular economy. Not only that, but we also, some of that CO2 collected will go back again into the oil reservoir so that it helps us to enhance the recovery in some of the fields that we cannot recover otherwise.
Methanation, what about methanation?
Methanation is another one. But just on the enhanced oil recovery, what I wanted to add is that from what we've seen so far on the two pilots we're executing, 60 to 70% of the CO2 we injected actually stays on the ground, it doesn't come back.
Fantastic.
So it's not like it's circulating, it stays on the ground. Methanation is another area where ultimately to grow it, we need biogenic CO2, but the initial pilot is that we use the CO2 collected from some of the industries, combine it with hydrogen to recreate the synthetic gas that then allow us to continue utilizing the LNG plants, because by combining the CO2 and the hydrogen, you actually create CH4 back again.
Correct.
Except it's not Mother Nature that created it, it's us. So these are two or three examples where we actually trying to create circular economy. The other one I mentioned earlier, which is the abatement of the flared gas, and we are utilizing the gas not only by cutting the flaring, but also utilizing the gas to produce electricity that we come back again and use it in our business. So eliminate that waste altogether. And if the waste exists, then we collect it and use it for generating something else out of it. So these are some of the examples where we are demonstrating our responsibility to the circular economy.
My last question would be to His Excellency Dr. Abdullah. Water scarcity is a critical issue in the region, and so is waste management. What innovative approaches is Oman taking to water and waste management? And how are you ensuring sustainable use of the water resources?
Yeah, it is a combined question because there are two sectors and both of them are very important. When we go to the water scarcity, the Sultanate is also considered as in the arid and semi-arid countries. And that has changed recently, actually. But comparing to the last 5 decades, Oman facing difficulties in finding fresh water. That's why we reach right now the percentage of 98% of our drinking water from desalination plants. Some of them strategic and central, supplying the desalinized water to governorates and across governorates, and some of them local in different cities crossing the coastal line of the Sultanate, and some of them also in the heart of the desert. So 98% of our drinking water from desalination plants. That means we are relaxing the fresh aquifers. And despite we have 5 to 7 strategic groundwater fresh aquifers, but most of them are not under production right now. Also, we are managing the rain waters coming from cyclones, hurricanes, and so on. So we have above 180 dams, some of them with the capacity of 100 million square meter, like Qurayat 1 Wadi Dhiqa dam. Some 3 of them also, the capacity of them above 120 million cubic meters, and the others differentiating in capacity. On the governance, there is the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Water Resources, creating the policies, developing them, issuing the rules and regulations and legislations required for the sector, and there is an economic organizer, which is the authority of public entity, and also there are the operators, which is NAMA company group. So the sector is well designed and well governed, and that's why we didn't feeling actually in difficulties in this regard. And in the ranking of the API in this indicator, Oman is scoring very advanced position. On the other side of circular economy, it is also very wide concept, since His Excellency right now talking about cycling of CO2, about the hazard waste produced in oil and gas field and other industrial zones, but also there is the residential solid waste producing in the residential zones. 4 years ago, there are a new policies which giving the advantage for recycling internally in the Sultanate. Some facilities also provide to the investors. And within 4 years, we managed to reach the number of 83 recycling plants in iron scrap recycling plants, aluminum scrap, plastic, carton, paper, tires, and others. We reached the ratio of 43% recycling from our solid waste producing locally annual. So really, we are on the right way. We expected to be to recycle more than 90% by 24, to recycle more than 60% of our solid waste produced locally by 2030.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our panel. I'd like you to give a round of applause for our esteemed guests. Thank you very much. Thank you.
A big round of applause for Najla Jamali for moderating that great session, and a big round of applause to our panelists. All right, so it is 12:15. We are going to take a break for lunch, but I need help from all of our guests here to make sure that you're back here by 1:55 so we can get started with the final 2 sessions. They are going to be extremely interesting. So we'll go for lunch. Lunch is being served at the Sharif restaurant, which is on your right-hand side on your way to the lobby. So 1:55, I would appreciate if everybody could make their way back into the hall. Thank you very much.
Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. engineer it in a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge. Mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it in a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge. Mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it in a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge. Mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it in a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge. Mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it in a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge. Mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it in a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge. Mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it in a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge. Mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it in a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge. Mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it in a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge. Mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it in a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge. Mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it in a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge. Mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places wait for change, others engineer it. In a land where clean energy and industries of the future converge, mountains reveal untapped power, and the sea offers more than beauty. The earth drives potential, and the sky mirrors bold ambition. Oman is not just ready for the future, it's redefining it. Some places
Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed your lunch. I'd appreciate it if you could take your seats. We're about to get started. There are 2 more sessions that we're going to have today before we end the day. And of course, tomorrow is another jam-packed day for everyone who will be attending. So let's get started. So as we continue with session 4, Beyond the Comfort of Certainty, a session that challenges convention, thinking, and explores strategies for navigating uncertainty. But before we get started on the session, people at the back, can you please take your seats? Okay, here we go. So Beyond the Comfort of Certainty. Now this discussion is going to be guided by Dr. Florian Klein, co-founder and managing partner at Anarchy.ai. Please help me in welcoming Dr. Florian Klein to the stage.
Hello, good afternoon everybody. Please do me a favor and settle in. It's a great honor to be here and to be with such distinguished panelists here today. Our topic for this session is going to be Beyond the Comfort of Certainty. And if there's one thing clear so far is from all the speakers that we heard this morning, there's a lot of uncertainty. And it's quite a momentous moment for Oman, as I would say also for the rest of the world. But let's get one thing clear. If there is one thing that I've learned over the last 20 years, giving guidance to organizations, to figuring out their strategy in view of this uncertainty, uncertainty is not the enemy. Uncertainty is good. Uncertainty gives you a competitive edge. The only thing that you need to do is to take the right bets. So, in a way, we are here right now, at this point. I figure this, if you want to use a picture, we are like at a spaceport right now. And investors into Oman have a choice of rockets that they want to take. The journey is difficult, it's dangerous. There is the American rocket. This is the one that is always in the movies. Then there is the Chinese rocket, new and shiny with amazing technology right now. Then there are the Tiger rockets. Maybe there's even some European rockets, an Italian one maybe, that is the most pretty, certainly. And anyway, the investors have a choice. And the question that comes to mind after having listened to the discussion this morning is, on what basis are investors taking the choice of actually engaging with Oman? And what can we do to actually enhance this and make them come to Oman? And for that, I couldn't have a more suitable panel here today. So let me invite my panelists here today. First and foremost, His Excellency, Dr. Al-Sakri, the Minister of Economy of Oman. Then next is Mr. Al-Ardi, the President and CEO of the Stock Exchange of Investcorp. Thank you very much. He is going to be the voice of the finance sector. And then I have a very distinguished guest, Mr. Ali, a well-known entrepreneur, the voice of entrepreneurship in our round to round this off. Thank you very much. Yes, please. So, please do settle in. So, to start this round of questions, how we can manage this discomfort of uncertainty, there is basically 2 ways to understand this. To stay with the picture of the rocket that I should choose, and which rocket do I choose is, first of all, I have to have confidence that the captain of this rocket and his team know what they are doing. So they know their tradecraft, how to navigate uncertainty. So my questions to you are going to be, what does it take to manage this uncertainty. So it's the obvious part of managing uncertainty. How can I find my way through this mess that this world is today? The second question that I would like to invite you to reflect on is actually the destination of the rocket. Where do we want to go? Are the old certainties that I want to build a destination that is perfectly suited in, should I call it out, this Western-dominated world that we've seen for the last 75 years, and that is now changing and challenged? How should this destination look like? Is it different? So that's the two questions that we are going to reflect on in the big picture. So my first question to you, Your Excellency, is going to be, what must Oman get right in the next 5 years to stay on this really successful course that you have taken, to shift from an oil-dependent economy towards a diversified destination for investment? What does it take?
Thank you. I am pleased to be among such distinguished panels. I am also happy that we are all still awake. Everybody must have had a long day. So it is, as we are coming at the end of the day, I think it will be our job to try and make you engage as much as possible. Hopefully, we will be able to tell you something you have not heard this morning already, because I was here this morning and the sessions were excellent and very interesting. So wish us luck. Anyway, as far as what it takes really to for any country, if you like, to diversify its economy, to find to depend lessen or to lessen its dependence on one source of income or one major source of income, usually you look into what sort of comparative advantage that each and every country has. This is the first place you look at. And I think in the case of Oman, it has to be location. I would add to that natural beauty. I think Oman also has energy resources, believe it or not. The economy has been driven by energy. We still have plenty of energy sources. If you don't believe me, walk outside for 5 minutes outside of this building and you will realize we have a lot of energy. And we intend to use this energy. And most important of all, I think it is the ingenuity of Omani people. So if you have these four, I think it is possible to overcome the challenges that you might face. And I would add to that, in the last 50 years or so, Oman actually has been investing heavily on its basic infrastructure, on its utilities. It has been investing heavily on its services. So besides investing on basic infrastructure, utilities, services, I still would look and enhance and look into logistics and manufacturing, since we are talking here about the importance of location. So this is the first place to look at, and I think Oman has been working on capitalizing on its location very well. We talk about major ports, we talk about Sohar Port, we talk about Duqm Port, we talk about Salalah Port. A lot of investment has taken place in these ports. This includes special economic zones. So enhancing the role of these, the current infrastructure is very important, as well as looking into manufacturing that will add value into the economy, such as food processing, pharmaceutical, minerals, petrochemicals, metal. these I think are basic requirements for any industrialization and moving away from fossil fuel dependence to a much more diversified sources of income. Of course, we must not forget the importance of other sectors of the economy, such as tourism. We talked about how beautiful Oman is, and I think it is beautiful. Yes, it is a hot country during summertime, but nevertheless, it is very diverse. His Excellency Qais this morning talked about how diverse Oman is. And I think it is only natural to look at tourism as a sector, as an important sector that will drive growth. And since I have been talking about energy, I hope I am not taking too much time. I think it is also very important to realize that we are blessed with a lot of energy sources. I'm talking here about solar energy, I'm talking here about wind energy, and it just happened in Oman, they complement and enhance each other very well. We have both, the efficiency of solar energy is quite good, the efficiency of wind is also quite good. So this is another area where we should be focusing at.
Perfect. Perfect.
So and then of course, you talk about any diversification or any successful story in any economy. You need to invest on people, so enhancing human resource development, including education, technical education. This morning they talked about the importance of technical education. They talked about vocational training and how this should align with the need of the industry. So this is also another area where Oman should focus and look at, and it is.
Perfect.
And I would add to that, enabling the private sector is very important. Enabling foreign direct investment is also very important. When we talk about enabling the private sector, basically we have to look into regulation or business environment that makes it very easy for businesses to establish and work in Oman. The process of FDI has to be very clear and also very easy. Last but not least, I think it is also very important to have collaboration, public and private partnership between the government and the private sector to make sure that we overcome this ambiguity and do very well.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Maybe building on your answer and extending my questions to Mr. Al-Ardi, what can Oman do, what should Oman do in the next 5 years to build the confidence of investors as an investment destination that is in a difficult region with certain risks? So what can you do about this?
Thank you. Well, I also want to say how it's an honor and a pleasure to be with Excellency and you all, and I really want to say thank you to His Excellency the Minister of Commerce and the Under-Secretary for really planning and executing on this convening. This puts Oman on the map, and it's I hope it's a yearly calendar point from now on. Dr. Klein, from your on the volatility and what can we do, I think in the short term there is very little anybody can do because you really don't know what is going on.
Yes.
It's a bit of a yo-yo at the moment. Things are changing every day. There are tariffs because of reciprocity. There are tariffs on different industries, and then there are exceptions, and then there are tariffs to punish people. And it's really very complicated. There is nothing one can do in the short term rather than just wait and see where it settles. I think for the long term, Oman is really on the right track for what it really needs to do. His Excellency mentioned the stability of the country, but it's the stability not just internally, but I think the role of Oman in bringing stability to the region. We all saw the discussions between the US and Iran in this, and I think that confidence of those nations in this country, it's not just a political asset, but it should be an investment advantage. So I think this is something we really need to work hard on doing. I think, secondly, we're building strong governance and strong institutions, and we saw the results of that in terms of better management of the fiscal policies, credit ratings is going up, rule of law is improving, and this gives Oman the right reputation that it needs to be that good environment. And then, of course, this massive economic diversification. I can't think of many countries in our region that really afford those kind of growth engines that are being pursued now in the country. And I think providing we continue on this, that's what we should be doing in 5 years and 10 years and 15 years.
Thank you. Mr. Ali, so your job is to keep us honest here in this discussion with the perspective of an entrepreneur and an outside investor. Have the gentlemen convinced you? Or what would tip the scale for your next $1 billion investment, whether you go to Oman or somewhere else?
First of all, thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Commerce and distinguished panelists, for including me in this distinguished panel. Thank you very much. I'm in this great country since 25 years. We started with one shop in Salalah. Now we have got 36 hypermarkets and shopping malls in this great country. So I will just start with what an investor needs to enter a country, to invest in a country. Now, number one, visionary leadership. Second, strong economy. Third, very good workforce. Fourth, very good infrastructure. Fifth, security and stability. This great country, Sultanate of Oman, we have got a visionary leader under the dynamic leadership of His Majesty Sultan Haitham bin Tariq. The country is progressing, prospering. That means all investors are convinced that we have got a visionary leadership. Number one. Number two, economy. Sultanate of Oman, economy is strong and also getting more stronger in the coming years. I'm not talking about political, geopolitical, no. I'm not a political analyst to say about politics. I'm talking about an investor perspective. Third, we can see workforce. We have got 3,500 plus Omani national staff with us. They are very hardworking, very honest, dedicated, and punctual. That is important, and punctual. So we have got very good workforce here. Infrastructure, you can see all vilayat in this great country. Roads, bridges, and airport, seaport, all very international level infrastructure in this country. Fourth,
yes,
security and stability. This country is secure and also secular. You got different religious, like temple, like all religious freedom here in this great country. So this is the right time. All investors can come and invest, especially in the tourism, as rightly Excellency mentioned, the food processing. This what we also encouraging our manufacturers in different parts of the world, that you can come and manufacture a lot of raw materials available in this country.
Perfect, thank you.
And also here, the farmers, agriculturists, and they are also, and industrialists. Together, they are doing a great job. And because as a retailer, We are very happy, and we are also procuring the local products and selling in our hypermarkets.
Thank you. So, Your Excellency, building on the points of Mr. Ali, is this the perfect moment now, or is this the moment of biggest danger to invest in the region? By this I mean, obviously, you didn't want to go into the topic of geopolitics, but it's there. It's the elephant in the room.
Well, you are asking a Minister of Economy of Oman, so what do you expect? Of course, I'm going to say this is the best, perfect time to invest in the region.
You're right.
But actually it is. I'm not talking politics, but it is actually for very good reasons. Okay? I know, we have been talking all day about ambiguity, uncertainty, and human beings, like ambiguity, uncertainty when it comes to work of art, poetry, when we talk about storytelling. But when it comes to investment, we need clarity. It is very important to have that kind of clarity. And I think this is what this region brings, is clarity, clear vision. All countries, I'm talking about Oman, we have a clear vision, 2040. It is clear for us where we want to be, where we are planning to go. We are basically looking at 5% GDP, real GDP growth. So that is a very, and this is something that is a roadmap that is conveyed in each and every 5 development plan. But this is not just exclusive for Oman. This is Saudi Arabia have their vision 2030, United Arab Emirates, Kingdom of Bahrain. So, in other words, the region has a clear road map to where they want to get and achieve, where they want to be. So they are looking to diversify their sources of income. They are looking to decrease their dependence on oil resources. They are looking into renewables and the importance of investing in renewables, and we are invested with renewables. We have, I think, quite competitive, laws as far as investment is concerned. So the business environment is quite, conducive to investment. And I would say, and this is true actually, between among the GCC countries, we are competing for investments. But this is very positive. If you look at the business environment between 5 years back and now between the different GCC countries, it has improved so much. Why? Because each and every country, we know that we have to compete with each other to attract as much investment as possible. This is a very healthy competition. We know it, we talk about it, we realize it, and this does not stop us from working together. We have, as I said before, we have been building our infrastructure. We have state-of-the-art infrastructure. Utilities are excellent. Services are also excellent. This is also a very stable region. This is a very stable region. And it is emerging also a region that actually intermediate in major conflicts worldwide. So I definitely encourage you to invest in the region, to look into the region, look into Oman. We have the right kind of incentives. We have the right kind of legislation. We have the right kind of public-private partnership. So yes, again, I would emphasize this is definitely the right time to invest in the region for economic reasons, for all sorts of good reasons.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Al-Adi, then I have a question to you. His Excellency laid out this clear perspective, and I think we heard this morning, it's about serenity, right? It's about peace of mind when you go into this country, you know what you're dealing with. Now, this is not necessarily, at least in my perspective, in sync with the expectation of investors. What I mean by that is, what is actually more important? Regulatory speed or regulatory consistency?
So I think investors will probably prefer clarity of regulation more than speed. But if you can bring them together, I think you unleash huge investment opportunities. And you see, I think we have global examples that has happened in terms where all these two came together. I mean, look at the war program to deploy vaccines in the United States during COVID. Regulation should have taken years. It took months. It was done at the top safety standards. It deployed huge amount of vaccines and protected millions of lives. So I think investors do not mind to wait, providing that they see the clarity of that. But obviously, I think we are in this region, like His Excellency said, we're competing, not just competing within, but we're competing with other regions of the world. Southeast Asia is not sleeping. Singapore is not staying frozen. And at the moment, this region, I think, is in the top, one of the top bright spots in emerging markets because of all the things that His Excellency has said. There's clarity of vision, there's strong leadership, there is liquidity. It's a region that investing in itself and investing in the future, but we really cannot take it for granted.
Thank you. Mr. Ali, so in your first answer, you gave me 5 very convincing reasons why you invest here and why you have done so. And obviously, you're going to stick with it.
Yes.
Yes. Now, but it's your chance to speak to the minister directly. What is the one thing that you would wish you would like to get on top of it?
See, on time to time, they are upgrading. Upgradation is important. And Honorable Minister is working hard for this upgradation. Suppose you take, I'm a retailer. In my retail business, I have to upgrade. Now e-commerce, Q-commerce, and also quality product, and also good price for the quality product. So that's upgradation. That upgradation, the government and the honorable ministers are doing. This is, I'm very happy that what they are doing. Because ease of doing business. Now, in any investor conference, if you go and attend, they say, how many % of ease of doing business? That is upgradation. So I'm very happy honorable ministers and the government is upgrading on time to time.
Okay.
This gives more confidence to the investors that on time to time the upgradation. In my shop, every 4 to 5 years, my hypermarkets, I am upgrading, changing the I'm just an example, changing the freezers, changing the display, changing the product range. This is all happening because people are health cautious and we need gluten-free, diet food, and egg-free, diabetic food. Like that, the upgradation is coming. Like all the areas, we need upgradation, time to time. So I'm very happy and thankful to the honorable ministers under the dynamic leadership of Majesty. This upgradation is going on, time to time, especially in the Ministry of Economy and Commerce.
So this is a really interesting new point, actually.
Yes.
So instead of all the drama that we have in the world around us.
See, this happens.
Yes.
We saw ups and down, and the prices of petrol like up and down. We saw all this. We faced Corona, COVID, stand still, whole world. But this country, there was no shortage of food. And in this country, there was no price rise. We were also working together with the government, with Excellency, the ministry, that we want to give products, uninterrupted supply of the food products in this great country. This is also our responsibility, also with the government. Private and what Excellency mentioned now, PP, private and public partnership. This is the type of partnership that the government is wishing.
Would you like to build on this point, or?
Yeah, I think, he mentioned, he talked about COVID, okay, and how did we manage COVID very successfully. And there has never been shortage of any goods or services that were very important for people that were not provided by hypermarkets, by supermarkets, by all the chain suppliers. And one of the main reasons was a very clear partnership between the government and the private sector. It worked very well. But beyond that, I think for us also, when we think about private-public partnership, we are also thinking about, how can the private sector, I think we reach a level whereby the private sector is quite well developed, it is quite sophisticated enough, it can provide services, it can provide basic infrastructure, and that is why we have a public-private partnership law that was passed in Oman for this purpose and for this reason, because we think this is a role where we can actually incentivize the private sector even further, give it more role in the economy, give it more role in the creation of jobs, and this has been a very successful experience so far.
Wonderful. Thank you. So, to close this panel, because I promised the organizers to be on time here, a round of speed questions. The same question to all of you, and I'm going to start with you, Mr. Al-Adi, so that you can close the discussion. If there is one crazy idea that you would like to bring into discussion for Oman to consider or to implement, what would it be? So if you have one game changer, it may be related to, I don't know, artificial intelligence, it may be related to this new geopolitical setting that we may have in 10 years, it may be related to new products or the post-oil economy. If there is this one bet that you would like to place on the table here so that everybody can hear it, what would it be?
So I think, Dr. Klein, I think this country is at a unique moment. It's a nation with rich heritage, underpinned by great stability, and have a very ambitious vision for the future. Now, everything on this really sits on its youth and its talents, and how we educate and how we prepare those generations for the future. It's them that's going to carry this future and this country to the future, and so our investment in their capabilities, in technology, in the way that they can stand up and compete with their peers in the region and the world is, I think, so crucial.
Thank you. Mr. Ali?
See, now the world is moving to a different direction. Now AI, digitalization, and technology is coming up, daily upgrading the latest technology. And we should move according to that. We should swim according to that movement. So the great country Sultanate of Oman and the younger generation, they are moving towards that. And we are very happy.
Okay, thank you. Your Excellency, what will you take of those ideas?
Yeah, I think, you are being slightly unfair, Dr. Florin. And I will tell you why. You want us to have one big idea, yet we started the discussion on how to diversify the economy, diversify the sources of income, and it cannot be done with one, in my opinion, with one policy or one idea.
Yes.
It has to be a multifaceted idea.
Yes.
But I would put a lot of investment in green economy, and when I talk about green economy, I talk about renewable energy, I talk about circular economy, I talk about efficiency, and I think despite the setbacks because of what is happening with the current US government and their drill baby, go back to fossil fuel and so on. But I think for the sake of humanity, for the sake of the future, for good economic reasons, and I would use IMF director word, for this, so we will not be toasted. It is very important to go into this direction, into green economy, and I think Oman is pioneering this direction, and I think this is a very important strategy and very successful strategy. It will interlinkage with the rest of the economy, including human resource development, manufacturing, and logistics. So in my opinion, this is the way forward, and this will be the most successful road forward.
Perfect. And with that statement, actually, we closed the loop perfectly, because the best answer to this uncertainty is not simple answers, is not one single idea. It's a consistent set of ideas that you implement, and the steady hand in trying to see it through. And with that happy thought, I thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for the good discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Florian, and thank you to our panelists. All right, let's have one more big round of applause for them. We're now headed into our final discussion of the day. Get ready for an energizing close to today's forum. Our final session is titled, Have You Heard the One About? And led once again by the unmistakable voice of Richard Qais. Please welcome Richard back to the stage.
Thank you. All right. So you know that they called this panel, Have You Heard the One About? And I think you all know that that is usually a phrase, have you heard the one about? Before you start going into a joke. You have? Well, have you heard the one about the conference in Oman? It was the conference in Oman that was called Advantage Oman Forum. And the idea of this now final session, and I'll bring the panelists up in just a moment, the idea is that we all have a story to tell. The problem is, what is that story? And even if you do have a story to tell, how do you tell it? Because the one thing I think we've all learned in our, one of the advantages of the people in this room is that we are all men and women of a certain professional standard who've all tried in some shape or form to direct both our lives and our companies or our businesses, and probably spectacularly failed in many cases. But we didn't fail because we didn't know what we were doing. We didn't fail, we didn't succeed because we knew what we were doing. We succeeded and failed because we were at times at the whim of the waves. We were carried along, and sometimes, basically, the story that we had told, or the story we wished to tell, did not exist. Just bear with me 1 minute. Let's look at this, and then we'll bring our panel. Let's look at all the people on this chart over here. Well, you've got Invest Oman, you've got the Ministry, you've got Soha, you've got ourselves, CNN. All of us in some shape or form are trying to tell a story. We are endeavoring to get a message out. And the panelists that we're going to talk about now are going to give us their insight Sorry, just one moment. You got my good side. Excellent. The panelists, they're going to give us their insight into it. Why have I come down to amongst you? Well, I like to be amongst the people. Because I always think at these sort of events, there is such a huge gap. Don't look so frightened, sir. I don't have a microphone to attack you with. Not yet, anyway. But I always think at these sort of events, there is an enormous gap between where you're sitting and where we are up there. And I think that's a shame, really, because by the time you've got to this point in the day, well done, ma'am. Drinking coffee, please. Send some up there. After lunch, sorry? At least she's honest to stay awake. Hopefully we'll, welcome on board. The reality is, in this part of the day, I want you all to feel more involved. So at some point, as we're discussing this, if you've got a question or you want to make a contribution, just stand up and catch my eye. We'll have a microphone somewhere. Make sure you've got a roving mic. Yep. Oh, go on. Hang on, that's a bit soon. Oh, well done. Round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Well, that was unexpected. Right. Look at him, moves with such agility. What is my story? I'll tell you it in a minute. First of all, let's bring up our panel. Mohammed Al-Bawani, the chairman of MB Holding Group. Sir, come on up. Dushyant Thakur, the deputy executive director of WAPA. Jonathan McClory, the research associate at Hereford College, Oxford University. So why don't you sit next to me over here? And Mohammed El Aissadi of Omran Group, who's going to join us. I mean, I don't, well, why do you, choose your poison. Choose your poison. That's my chair. Don't have that one. Have a seat. Okay, I deliberately, gosh, that's splendid. That is splendid.
That's the defense against your microphone.
That really is. If that comes out, I'm in trouble. Sorry? Are you, did you read this?
It can only come out if it draws blood. Otherwise, it doesn't come out.
And the question has to be an easy one. Otherwise, it comes out.
It can only come out if it draws blood. Is that metaphorical blood?
It is.
Excellent. Here's your microphone, sir. There's yours. You take the one to your... Oh, you've got that. You've got one there. Excellent. And I was in the... And the reason I'm going into all of this is I was in the souk the other day filming. And there were several older gentlemen all looking at the various daggers and examining them. And I was trying to learn about them and learn the story behind them. And it's fascinating. Anyway, let's get on with our special point today. So tell me your story. In about a minute, tell me the story that you want us to know about you.
I think there are two stories here. Oh, let's get the mic here. There are two stories. It's not working. Is it working?
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm so sorry, sir.
All right. I think there are two stories. There's a story of me, and there's a story of Oman. And I think the two stories are intermingled, and they work together. And the sense is that Oman has a long history of trading around the world. Well, if you go into the ancient history of Oman, we exported Frankenstein.
Yes.
Yeah, not Frankenstein. Yeah. All right. Around the world. I mean, in the old temples of Mesopotamia and so on, we also exported copper from Oman. So the Bronze Age was actually built by Omani copper. Now, in recent years, Oman was a trading empire with dominions in Africa, with trading in India, China, Africa. Now, I've taken this as an encouragement and as a motivation for me to build business around the world. So we have businesses in Oman where we started, but we now operate in Europe, in the North Sea, in Denmark.
But the significance is that you've taken the history and imported it into what you're doing.
Exactly. So my forefathers were sort of my motivation for building business.
Tell me your story.
Right. I'm still trying to find that out.
Sorry?
I'm still trying to find my story, Richard. But, just when I was coming into this panel discussion, I was just thinking about why this subject, why storytelling is so important. And it hit me that, just before I get to my story, is that the most important thing about any storytelling is that there are two things about it. Is that it has to be emotionally connected, and the fact that it's all about gaining trust. And every one of us has a story. Each and every one of us has a story here, whether we like to share it or not. And it is their combined collective stories that actually makes us realize that what we have in common is way more than what we have in changes. I even have a story with you, Richard. Funny enough that I've actually always watched you behind a screen.
Right.
But 2 years ago, we met at the WTTC in Saudi. Now, I saw you in the panel discussion. I've always wanted to come and say hi. Didn't get a chance. In the evening, you were having dinner just right behind my table. We didn't get a chance to talk. Fast forward, we're sitting here in a panel discussion having this conversation.
So what's the story?
My story.
No, but what's the significance of the story? Because what we're going to talk about, because you're quite right, sir, everybody in this room has a story. And at some point, I might ask one or two of you to tell me your story. But it's the significance of what we do with it, do you not think, that's the relevance?
Absolutely, and the fact that it's been told, because for me, the saddest thing about any story is the one that is untold. And the most significant thing about the story is the originality of it. The most important thing about any story is for it to be authentic. And I think that is the story that resonates with everybody. Everyone is smart enough to know whether that story is fake or it's about authenticity. And that is why, for me, that is the story of Oman. The story of authenticity, the story of originality. Every single corner around us in the country is a story of design, is a story that tells us a lot. I mean, just look at our traditions, if I may just give you a little bit of a common idea. If we look at our hospitality, that's not something that we value because it's something that is in tradition. It's in our DNA. Seafaring nation of great-grandfathers who've been sailing around the world, telling stories, coming back. The very halwa that we have as part of our hospitality starts with any negotiation. Why? Because before starting to get into salty negotiations, we go about trying to have anything sweet go ahead in that. Everything to do with frankincense, the fragrances, every single part of that has a story of culture that needs to be told on a better level.
Sir, your story and why, you can lift the microphone up, and the significance of it. Do we have enough microphones?
Thank you. I've got this, Richard. I don't think my story is all that interesting. My story is I spend a lot of time thinking about how countries can understand and better tell their story. And I think in the context of what we've been discussing in all the sessions as well, if I were Omani, which obviously I am not, but if I were Omani, I'd be very, very excited about where Oman is and what it can do in the story that it has to tell. It has great foundations. It has the history, the heritage. Oman was referenced by Pliny the Elder 2,000 years ago, and I don't think there are many GCC countries that have that pre-Islamic history that Oman does consistently throughout. But Oman's story has been underutilized. There's a great deal of potential, but it hasn't been as active as other GCC states recently. For example, this is going to sound very flippant, I don't think Oman has bought a football club in Europe, for example. The other GCC states are really out there and really trying to tell their story, but there's a great differentiating story I think Oman can tell.
But I'm going to challenge you on this. You say that there is a great story to be told, but it has not been developed and put out. Is that what you're saying?
In a sense, yeah. So I think there's the heritage, there's the history side, there's the culture side, and that's those are the softer elements of the story. I think the missing piece which has come in recently is the Vision 2040, which is fantastic, and so that's the future part. But I'm not sure that the work has been done to tie these together and really put them out there in the same way, doing the work. But the fact that this is happening though for the very first time.
Hang on.
Sure.
Is there a distinction here, and I'll come to you next, sir, and then back to you. Is there a distinction here between having the elements, bringing them together, and then marketing them out? Are they not different silos or different waypoints?
So they're not silos, they're steps in a process.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think it's both the above the line stuff, but the below the line as well. It's not just the marketing, it's the doing, it's the finding partners to work with, and I'll leave it there. I know you want to move on.
My story, I represent 130 countries across the world, the investment agencies of 130 countries, which means I've got 130 stories. Some of those are very good stories and some of them are not so good stories. But in terms of, a couple of, what we were just hearing, and like I would align with you, the Oman story is what I see with my eyes. I can see all of those elements actually here together. And that's what is sort of building layer by layer the Oman story. It's all very positive dimensions that I see here. But then, I can reflect on certain other countries where I've been a part of those stories. And
give us an example.
Let's talk about Japan. So if I am Jetro and if I am Invest Japan, I will say, you're not putting money into these production lines. You're putting money into the thousands of years of perfection and passion that we have. They have a word called as mokazukuri, which means putting your passion, your spirit into making things. And that's what we see. If we have, a samurai sword, like we see a sword here, or if we see their kimono garments, how they are weaving them, or pottery. It's beautiful stories, and that's what then goes into, the Toyota cars and all of those. So.
I wonder, my mic's not working here. Oh, that's better. I wonder, though, the way that story, the ingredients of that story, I guess what I'm really worried about, and I'll come to you after I've heard your answer, and you can take this microphone here. I seem to have spent most of my time with microphones. I guess what I'm worried about, because obviously being British, there's no shortage of history and have a bit of branding of the royal family, and if you want a bit of the Tower of London and shove Made in England on it. But where does storytelling meet branding in that sense? You first. You, yes.
Okay. So in terms of storytelling and branding, two dimensions. It can either be something which can come from your history, intrinsically, like we saw in the Japan story, or it is also something which a strong vision for the future and the right elements in place, when they are bound together, a story can also develop from there. So today, if we are seeing here a diversification of the economy, new sectors where Oman wants to invest in, where it wants to drag investments, I think I can see both dimensions coming in. It's coming both from the history of it, the legacy of it, but at the same time, a very strong intent is what we see here on the panel. So, a brand can come from your history. A brand can also be created now. I think it is the vision, the leadership and their intent of how strongly they want to, focus on it.
So in your case, with your story and brand, how aware are you of the need to keep the two closely aligned and the risk that they start to diverge? That your actions do not accord to what the DNA tells you it should. How aware do you have to be?
Let me start with the first question.
Go on.
Which is the branding. Oman has a brand which is unique.
Describe it.
Well, if you look at Oman, it's traditional, it's cultural. I don't want to mention any nations in the region GCC, but they all look alike. Tall story buildings, glass, but here we have our souks, we have our forts, we have the mountains, this is the physical, what you see is different. but at the same time, our people are different.
You're being wonderfully diplomatic.
I'm selling Oman to you.
You are, and you're doing a really good job, because what you're saying is, this is Oman, and this is who we are, and this is what we're not.
We are unique. That's what I'm saying. And Oman has something to offer that is very different from other places. If I look at the Middle East, look at Egypt or Morocco, they have something different to offer. So does Oman. We have something different to offer. But if you look at other cities or other places, it's the same as you would see in Singapore or Hong Kong, but this is unique.
So is it difficult to extrapolate that difference that you can then turn into? Because you're right, you've got the forts, you've got the caves, you've got the magnificence, you've got the lower buildings, but putting that together into what it means is the challenge.
The challenge is we have not been very good at marketing Oman. And I think this is where we need to improve ourselves into marketing the country, marketing the culture, and marketing our businessmen too. I mean, if you look at businessmen around the Gulf or around the world, a lot of them have high profiles. Unfortunately, we have very successful businessmen which are not high profiled.
I'm going to come to you in a second. I just want to delve further into that. Is that because of back to the history and the story, is that because here there is a modesty, a humbleness or humility that both works for you and against you at times?
You're very correct in that, and that's true. We have this humbleness, we have this low key or low posture, which works for us but also against us.
Just to build on that, I think the modesty point is a good one, and countries certainly, or cities or regions that come out and just say, let me tell you why we are so brilliant and so great, it's dreadful and it's ineffective. The way to get around the modesty issue, I think, is you go out and you tell your story. It's what do you have to offer the world? You know, it's telling that story in a way that not just this is us and why we're great, but this is why we can be great together. You know, this is what we can do. These are the advantages that we have that can serve you as well, and we can collaborate. Kind of getting out of the zero-sum mindset. But also on the GCC point, which I think is a good one, am I thinking about Oman is almost the positioning for it should be, because the GCC membership is critical to Oman. It's very important, the region. But Oman does have this sort of GCC and. It is something different and apart, to use your description of, you know, Oman looks a bit different.
I love what you're saying on this question of the zero-sum game. Because whenever I talk about a zero-sum game, particularly in tourism, by the way, I'm shouted down as being a heretic because clearly the rising tide can lift all boats. But I sort of tend to believe that the dollar spent here is a dollar that wasn't spent somewhere else. The contract of shipping here is something that didn't happen somewhere else. So the necessity of being able to tell that story is significant. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I do think, I mean, if it's tourism is a little bit different than when you also incorporate export and investment and diplomatic cooperation, because tourism it's more of a product, and that can be kind of zero-sum. But still, you could have plenty of people who come into UAE or Qatar or Bahrain or Saudi and then say, actually, do you know what? I would quite like to I quite like that. I'd like to see what else is in the region. The same way that an American tourist might go to Europe and they might be attracted initially to France, but then think, well, I'm in the neighborhood, so why don't I go to Barcelona? Why don't I go to Lisbon? So that kind of the regional lifting of the tide to carry on with that, Richard, I think is positive.
The way, listening to what they've just been saying, how do you interpret that? How do you sort of, again, particularly what our distinguished guest said about this idea of not shouting from the rooftops?
Well, you see, storytelling is never always about noise. It's never about the tallest, the biggest. Sometimes storytelling is just about being present. And for me, Richard, I completely agree with Dr. Mohammed. Oman is different, and we choose to be unique. In a sense, in today's world, narrative is the new currency. The issue is, how can you find something that can be transform? How do you transform culture? How do you repackage culture to become your diplomacy, to become your economy, to become something that you don't just go forward in prosperity, but you look back at? That currency is important because it is through your narrative. It is because your originality, it's because of your authenticity, you can actually be able to find a way to transform your economies. Now,
I'm going to just pause you with respect, because what you've done is you've asked the question, how you do it. Now tell me how you do it.
it's about being real. It's about being yourself. Oman has always been a story of friendship. It's always been trustworthy. Yes, sometimes it takes time for the marketing, and I agree with Dr. Mohammed, but there has been significant amount of efforts to take it forward. Now, we need to be very mindful about the positioning of the narrative, and the positioning of brand of Oman is about partnership, is about, there's a lot of lessons to be learned, but there's a lot of lessons from Oman to be teaching the world as well. I mean, the stories of friendship and the stories of originality is something that we need to be very important. There are a lot of countries now that are talking about luxury in the sense of commodities and you know, luxury in terms of consumption. There's a different kind of luxury here. There's a luxury of mindfulness, the luxury of being able to be mindful to taking steps and to take a step forward without taking 2 steps back. So for me, it's about how do you make sure that you use that narrative to gain credibility and turn that credibility into the trust that can attract more and more people to the country.
I'm just going to look, if our audience, if anybody wants to contribute at any point, just raise your hand. I'll look over occasionally to see if, oh, yes, go on, at the back. Are you trying to contribute? Can I borrow your microphone, please? I ought to warn you, no speech making. The first whiff of a speech and I'll stop you.
Thank you.
Who are you?
Oh, do you want me
Yeah, well, why not? You just said, go on. Your question. Go on.
Nuwanka.
Carry on.
Hi, thank you. My name's Nuwanka Kotagoda, and I wanted to speak towards what Dr. Barwani was saying. I have been trying, so I'm in the business.
Oh, here we go. There's a pitch coming.
Yes, it is 100% a pitch, but no, it's built into what he said about how the GCC, other countries have more accessible business leaders and things like that. I've been trying to get a meeting with you for 2 years, and Mr. Mohammed can vouch for the quality of companies I work with.
Right.
I have several things in line with your business.
I'm going to stop you.
And would love a meeting.
I'm going to stop you. Yeah. Because there may be very good reasons why he doesn't want to meet you. Will you say hello to him afterwards?
I'll meet with him after this meeting.
Now that's what you call doing a deal. Anybody else while I'm on my feet? Oh, there we go. Sorry, I'm coming back to you in a minute. Please, this is not picture time. Who was that? Who had their hand up? Oh, yes, Miss Ma'am. Come on over. Come and join me here.
Thank you very much. My name is Hawa Bibi Khan, and I'm from South Africa. One of the things I didn't see in the storytelling of the pitch is demystifying the economy. What is the specific technical opportunities in Oman to create the point of connect for the investors to be here?
So are you saying that well, you've clearly hit a nerve. Carry on telling me more.
So for example, location. We talk about logistics. So obviously you have ports. You have the different special economic zones and industrial parks. You have an oil and gas sector. What is that value chain? You are a key distributor or trading hub. What is those commodities that the platform is built on to create more traction and to attract more players to enter into the region? And the same thing for tourism. Being clear in what your pitch is about your tourism opportunities.
Why do you think the clarity is not there?
I think one, they said that Mr. Barwani said about humility, being modesty, etc. So the discipline of detail doesn't come through because you're assuming that the other knows you even though you're being modest. Thank you.
Excellent point. So, Mr. Barwani, take that point. Advance that point, that this idea of getting the name, getting the value chain out there, getting the individual aspects. Can you see what our guest was saying?
Yeah, there was a number of questions she brought up, and I was not so sure any particular one Can you rephrase what she said?
No, whose microphone have I got? I think the point is, it's the specifics of the story that she is referring to. It is the elements that tell the people, you know, it's back to your humility point, that getting the message out and how it is done in more specific detail.
I think we need basically to start advertising ourselves a little bit more, which we haven't been doing. And talking about South Africa, that could be a great partner for Oman, because it's a large exporter of commodities, large exporter of foodstuff, and Oman could be a gateway for South Africa to the rest of the Gulf.
Because the opportunity is there, isn't it?
It's a great nation, and it has a lot to offer.
Yeah, I heard two words. The first was a strong narrative and history, and the second is humility.
Is what?
Humility.
Yeah.
So, and I look at today's day, and I see this set of 150 people in front of me. The question which came to my mind was, is Oman doing it right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Is Oman doing this right, today's day, you know, this event? Is it doing it right, is the question which comes to my mind. You know, is this, the way the story is being presented, is it right? Now, I've spoken at, I'm sure, 100 investment events across the world. I would say this is exactly the right format. It would have been easy to put up 1,000 people or 1,500 people in front of you. But what Oman has done here is they've kept their spend practical. They have been able to headhunt and bring in the right set of people who really want to listen to the Oman story. So I would say it's humble, but it's being done in the right manner. I prefer this sort of a format because investors want a serious depth, you know, and I can see this depth also coming in. If the ministers are all sitting here on panels, they are addressing questions, you know, they're responding to questions. So I can see all those elements also, like the lady's question, they are sort of being responded to.
Isn't this exactly what the, you know, we think about, and you just said something incredibly important, sir. We think about narrative and storytelling as being the 4-minute video that we saw at the beginning that makes us all feel warm and fuzzy inside, and we love it. But I mean, frankly, that's just a matter of video and a good video editor. But the storytelling is this. The storytelling is you being here, the transparency of saying that you think we could do a better job here, the minister this morning saying this, that, and the other. Is that part of the narrative?
It has to be. So a good narrative is, as you say, it's not just a video that continues to, you know, circulate on your good channel. Those, as important as they are, but it needs to be more than that. It needs to be milestones. It needs to be doing. It needs to be action. It needs to be partnerships, and indeed these sort of important convening and conversations. That is absolutely part of how this is done the right way.
I'm going to borrow your microphone again because somebody else. They never warned me about this part of the job. Oh. Now, we need to be careful because here we have someone who is seriously caffeinated. Yes.
Well, it's an honor to interfere this very interesting conversation. And just to go back to her question, and what we are trying to do here is more on, in fact, soft, you know, it's not marketing, it's a soft introduction of what Oman can offer, actually. It's not a direct sales of each, you know, sectors, opportunities, and so on. This is going to happen the second day, where we will be having very one-to-one, very close meetings with the decision makers and the government. And speaking about the storytelling about Oman, actually, we do have plenty of stories. But those stories...
What's your story?
I mean, for my... This is reminding me with the first day I joined this job. I was asking one of my friends, I am really afraid of just stay, in front of the media and talk, and said, because you didn't have the story. Once you have the story, you'll be more confident to speak. And after 2 years, now, yes, I do have the story. So the story is about the experience, what you have gone through, how did you actually build different skills, different, relation, network, and so on. How did you achieve, how did you overcome, and so on. So the story is about the experience and the journey. And Oman has a very long history, long experience in different areas. And maybe if there is something we can talk about is, as we said, our positive relationship with the world, which has been constant for the last maybe 100 years. So Oman has a very strong story that we are actually, in terms of investment attraction, leveraging on currently, where we are having plenty of investors coming just to the country because of such positive relationship with the world.
But it's now the goal of to tell the story. You on the right, yes.
Is that the, sorry, say that again, Richard?
It's now the goal to tell the story and how you tell that story. Thank you.
Yes, I mean, yes, how we tell the story is very important. I also think that, you know, in this process, you need to work out, you come up with the best story. If it's not authentic, if it's not true, that's just going to be seen through straight away. But as I said earlier, it's an exciting time for Oman because those building blocks are there. It's about, but also thinking about who are the right stakeholders, who are the right audiences, and what's going to resonate with them. In my experience, you need a pretty big research undertaking to work that out.
I just want to interrupt you, if I may.
At all.
The danger with a big research project is you end up with the person who knows the price of everything and the value of nothing.
There are ways to guard against that, Richard, but you're right. I mean, it has to be done well, but the flip side of that is not knowing what you have to work with, not having a clear account of those resources and where they're going to play well. And I think one of the advantages of Oman is this idea of it is neutral, it is where worlds come together, east and west, different seas and oceans meeting. It has different cards to play with different audiences in the right way through that neutrality. But you've got to be really clear about, you know, what you're holding in your hand and when to play the right card with who. And that does take research. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, please don't encourage him. Sir.
What would the question
be? No, just follow on from that idea.
So essentially what I can see is that in terms of the good story part is good, but there's never, and I think you mentioned it initially, that there's never a thought of telling a bad story. When do stories start going bad? You know, either it could be when the vision is too high, that could be one dimension. Another dimension could be when there are changes which take place, you know, which are either unforeseen or it is some changes of leadership. So those are the thoughts, you know, in terms of when the story doesn't seem to be sort of going in the right direction.
No, but I would challenge you that if you have got your story right, and if your story is authentic, then when things go badly or go wrong, you're in a much stronger position to adapt it if you've been true in the first place.
If you're there, if there's, and I've seen this, you know, if in particular countries when there are changes of leadership, a previous leader could have, for example, committed certain incentives to a particular investor. And when there's a change of government, the new person who comes in, this I'm talking about can be stories from different countries across the world. And when there's a change of leadership, the new person who comes in doesn't stand up to those commitments. So it's like, you know, that's where the investor can feel really let down.
I want to pull the strands together here as we come to the end. And I think, to your point earlier, that what we were saying about the significance of knowing where you've come from and where you're going to is crucial.
Absolutely. And, you know, just hearing by Richard from you and for the rest of everyone talking about marketing, I think the difference between marketing and branding is, you know, it's first and foremost, you want someone to understand something, you talk to their mind. You want someone to remember something, you talk to their heart. And brand is, again, like I said, not just about building that trust, but it's about the consistency of doing it. It's a very, very noisy world, and everybody's trying to capture the attention of everybody with the midst of social media. What's very important that we find our voice in the midst of this noise. What's very important is that we're consistently talking the same narrative and the story across all the sector. I mean, today I applaud the ministry and Invest Oman, not just because of them having these forums and Advantage Oman, but it just come from after unveiling the new brand of Oman, which is very much within the highlighting the very importance of partnerships. Oman has always been across ages known for being very clear. We're a friend of the world and the world is a friend of us as long as we don't interfere in anybody's business and they don't interfere in our business. And there's a beautiful quote by His Majesty, the late Sultan Qaboos, that for me signifies and symbolizes the vision of Oman. And he gave the analogy of having two hands. We've always been busy using one hand to self-development and another hand to help other people. And that's how we've seen prosperity and that's how we've seen growth. It's just about us turning that culture, taking that significance, taking the diplomacy, and turning it into an economical form in a more consistent manner.
I'm going to give you the last word, mainly because you've got a dagger, and I'm not foolish about it. Because I think, sir, in a way, because of your experience, which also means age and the experience you've had in business, you're in a very good position to pull that strand together from history, know where we are today in terms of your businesses, your economy, your opportunities, and push us forward as to what we need to do next.
Well, as an entrepreneur, I've always believed in taking risks. And when you take risks, you don't know 100% of everything. So you need to have enough knowledge where you take a decision, and if that decision goes wrong later on, you'll correct it. I believe every story starts as a bad story, but if you keep on improving that story, and in the end, as they say, the storyteller, what is it? The storyteller wins the world or something like that? Or controls the world?
I want you, I'm going to start with you, we're going to go down the line. I'm going to give a long introduction to this. I want you to sum up the story of Oman. I was going to say in a word, but I'll allow you a sentence. All right? And I'll keep talking long enough for you to have a thought. A minute, you can join in as well if you like. Anybody else would like to? Anybody's got an idea? Anybody got an idea? Oman in a word or a sentence. Just shout it out. Ooh, what are you promising? Nice, modest promise. Thank you, sir. Anybody else? A man in a word or a sentence? I'm sorry? Reliable. Telling the truth, yes? Sir?
Where worlds meet for a better future.
I'm sorry?
Where worlds meet for a better future. More of a tagline than trying to sum it up, but if...
Well,
thanks.
I'm going to try it out. Oman, where worlds meet for a better future.
I believe Invest Oman is going just the right way. Continue with it and continue holding hands. You know, take the investors forward.
The word or sentence?
It was a sentence.
Right. Sir?
The word is authenticity, and with that, Richard, a lot of people are trying to compete with everybody, but we sometimes forget that the best person we can be is a better version of ourselves. Let's stay true to ourselves and let's amplify that message.
Oman, authentic. Sir, you get the last word.
Rich heritage, bright future.
Oman, rich heritage, bright future. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel.
Once again, a big round of applause for Richard Quest and for our panelists. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the close of today's program at Advantage Oman's Forum. We thank all our speakers, moderators, participants for the dynamic conversation and valuable insights shared throughout the day. And as Her Excellency mentioned, tomorrow is an invite-only day where we're going to be concentrating on the opportunities that Oman has to offer specifically. So you can get more details on that. So whoever is invited, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. The same people are also invited to join us this evening for a special gala dinner that'll take place at the Rosna restaurant. The buses will leave from here at 6:45 p.m. from the St. Regis reception. So please make sure that you're here at 6:45 p.m. And we will see you tomorrow, inshallah, early in the morning. I hope you guys enjoyed the first day, and we look forward to having you again tomorrow.